up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero. There's an African legend that says, in a race between a lion and a deer, many times the deer wins. Because the lion runs for food, but the deer runs for life. The moral of the story is this: purpose is more powerful than need. When your why is as strong as your need to breathe, nothing can outrun your will.
So one of my favorite stories is in a mother's womb where two babies, and one turns to the other and says, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" And the other replies, "Why, of course, there has to be something after delivery. Maybe we're here to prepare ourselves for what will be later." "Nonsense," said the first. "There's no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be?" "I don't know," said the second, "but there'll be more light than here. Maybe we'll walk with our legs and eat with our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses we can't understand now." First goes, "That's ridiculous. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths, that's absurd. The umbilical cord is what scientifically supplies nutrition and all that we need, but it's far too short. Life after delivery is to be logically excluded." And the second says, "What if it's just different than it is here? Maybe we don't need that physical cord anymore." The first goes, "Okay, if there were life after delivery, then tell me, why has no one ever come back from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere." And the second says, "But certainly we'll meet Mother, and she'll take care of us." The first goes, "Mother? You actually believe believe in Mother? If Mother exists, where is she now? And the second goes, she's all around us. We are of her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist. And the first says, I don't see her. It's only logical that she's not here. To which the second replied, sometimes, when you're in silence and you really listen, you can perceive her presence. You can hear her loving voice calling down from above.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right, thank you, Craig.
Riverside, wait for me, wait for me.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Hands on your head while you working on the floor. Fire up that kush as I walk through the door. Coogee head to toe, so you know I'm getting chosen once I hit her with that.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'. No, I ain't bluffing.
Now let me see you drop it to the floor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sob's Place. Whoa, we had a little bit of a thing happen there for a second. Wow, a little power blink that just took place in here. This was kind of wild. That scared the shit out of me for a minute. Got a couple of the regular cast of characters back here behind the stage. It is Friday, July the 11th. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. 2025. The Earth is still not a globe. And if you're here, you most likely are one of those special people that doesn't have binary thinking and can look at that third choice and discern what the hell is actually going on. Without any further ado, we've got a regular cast of characters here. We got Chad, also known AKA Chicago Cubby Bear. Welcome to the stage tonight. Chad, how are you?
Howdy do. We're under a flood watch and tornado warnings, but I'm good. I'm down.
Oh shit.
I'm down in the bunker. It's mostly downtown, actually, but yeah, there's some crazy.
Yeah, that's what wife said. Go. We was letting the dogs out and we come out there, and she goes, "God dang it, that's all it's gonna do all summer is fucking rain. That's all it's gonna do." And I said, "Yeah, man. Welcome to the. We haven't been good slaves. We haven't been going along with the shit. They gotta dump as much as they can on us."
But there's a lot of crimes that need to be covered up, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Tunnels to be filled, that kind of thing. But we can get into that. And also, Mr. D, man, how are you tonight, my friend?
What's up, man? Sound okay?
Yeah, you sound all right to me.
Excellent. Back on the PC. Now I can do things.
How do you sound to you?
I mean, I don't know. I'm sick of hearing myself, to be honest.
Well, do you feel more like you do now than you did earlier?
Absolutely.
I feel the same as I've always felt.
Oh.
With my hands.
Well, see, I myself, I always feel more like I do right now because it's a lot earlier than it's going to be later, but it's still a lot later than it was. So you see how that kind of like,
yeah,
I'm just fucking with your head, man. I'm just fucking with your head.
Who are you people? Where the hell am I? How did I get here? What's going on, guys? Good to see
I'm
you.
mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore.
I fell asleep. I crashed out on that one.
Did you?
I woke up at like 3 a.m. and I was like, "Oh my god, I missed it."
Have you seen the movie before?
I've seen that movie probably 3 or 4 times over the years.
Yeah, that's a great one, man. That is a great one because it just shows how they'll take something like that and go from something that was organic and then control it. Spin it their way for their own profits, for their own good. And that woman, Faye Dunaway, was such a cold fish bitch. That's all she cared about was the fucking ratings and this, that, and the other. It didn't matter who she slept with to do it. She just was just a whore.
My sleep's been really screwed up because of that crazy heat spell that we had. And I was having a hard time sleeping, and that's why my sleep is all messed up. I missed Roger's show too. I only caught like the last hour of it. And it was the same thing. It's just because the heat just killed me.
Do I have this on the right one? Okay, yeah. They have, I don't know why. Why do they have top chat and live chat? Why do they have both? What's the difference?
I have no clue.
Top chat,
I think, is that new thing that they're doing with their where you can put you can assign points to the I don't know, some new thing I'm seeing in all the chat now. Where you can
got to
assign
turn
little
everything
crowns.
into some kind of a competition or some shit.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Well, let's give a shout out. Look at all these people we got here in the audience tonight. We got Mojo Shops here tonight. Mr. Mojo Rising. We got Greg Brayton's here. You know what, Greg? Jeez, what in the world? There. Had to fix that up a little bit. We got, let me see, Brad and Tasha, one or both, or either way, we're glad to have them. Who else we got in here? Chicago Cubby Bear.
I hate that guy.
No, we already know he's here. Dave, stop. Let's see. Eldon Bean's here with us. Gordzilla's with us. We got, who else we got that I haven't run across yet here? Sis. We have Level Plain Poem, the Akinator. I said it correctly that time. We got Malone and Sloan. There again, one or both. We're glad to have them. David Koresh. He's in the house. Burn the house down. That's it, man. The roof. No, 2-2. No, we did that last night. It got about the same response. We got Rasta Bear here with us tonight. We got Liberty Guy Off Grid. Who else in here? ZXL Master, Saddle Blum, Sob's Place, the Level Plain Poem, Fozzie Foster. That almost sounds like an ice cream stand should be, like one of them
Foster.
things. Yeah, Fozzie Foster.
Sounds like an 80s band or something.
Yes.
Like a hair band or something. Fozzie
Synthesizers and wild hairdos, man. Yeah,
got the teased up hair.
Like the B-52's butt crack, baby.
Butt crack, baby.
Yeah.
We had our own parody song about Love Shack that was called Butt Crack. The butt crack is a little old place where we can put a feather now.
I used to work with a guy that sounded just like Fred from the B-52s. And we used to razz him all the time about that. Walk up to him and talk like Fred, and he would get all pissed off.
Did you ever listen? I used to listen to them when they first came out, man. I did.
What other songs did they sing?
Quiche Lorraine, and they had some wild shit, man. They had some wild shit. I was trying to get my dad to listen to it one time. He was like, no more. He heard Rock Lobster, and that was it. That was enough for him. Rock Lobster did it. That's all he did. Hey, there's Lisa Marie Tattersall come jumping in here tonight. Good to see you, darling. Oh, man. Marcy Chan. Been all over the place. Probably people sneaking over from Vlad's is what happens. See, it always happens.
I didn't like the Talking Heads when I was younger, but they grew on me as I got older.
Same as it ever was.
Yeah, right.
Same here. And now I love Talking Heads. It's like I hear one of those coming on there. What's that? Once in a Lifetime. That's not that one. It goes.
Same as it ever was.
Ask yourself, who is this beautiful wife? And I'm like, yeah, okay, right. What kind of a shit trip are you coming down off of? That's what I'm wondering. That song. Maybe I've been there. Maybe I haven't.
They're pretty good. They're a pretty good live band, actually, too.
Yeah,
they're probably both fun party bands. You know what I mean? We just want to dance around, and it's not my kind of music. But I'm sure if I had a few in me and I was going to jump around, it'd be fun.
That's how B-52 started. It was just kind of a spoof band they put together for a party, and everybody loved it. So they went on from there, man. But that's how they got started out. They were just like a spoof band. They said, let's just get really zany. And
it's kind of 50s, kind of 50-ish, kind of, like old school
the hairstyles.
Yeah.
And the over-exaggeration of the costumes. I used to like that, it was but my dad, he was like, I don't know what of course, my dad, I can remember telling my older brother. My older brother came home with the Black Sabbath album. And my dad heard that, and he's like, Iron Man. who the hell's even going to hear that in 5 years from now? And it's like, here's Ozzy Osbourne doing his final tour and all this other shit because he's all done now. And it's like everybody's hearing Iron Man. People that weren't even thought of being born at that time when it came out are hearing it, Dad. You know, I had to point that out to him a few years back. I says, you remember when you told Bobby that this fucking song, nobody would ever hear about it in 5 or 10 years? He says, here we are.
When I was a kid, it was Sabotage and Volume 4 were my favorites.
Oh, yeah. But, I remember at the very first when the album Black Sabbath first came out, that one where they had, that spooky looking woman standing in front of that rundown mill, like, dude, that thing gave me the creeps. That album cover gave me the fucking creeps. And especially when there was like that one song. I hated it when my older brother played that one tune. He said, bow, bow, bow. Like, Satan laughing spreads his wings, and the kids are all going, I'm freaking out. I look back at that now and I'm like, God, what a bunch of fucking idiots we were.
Alice Cooper was. People thought Alice Cooper was a Satanist, and he wasn't. It was just a show. The whole thing was a friggin' show. He just did all that to shoot. It's just to shock everybody. That's all.
He did a lot. He did a free concert on Halloween in Detroit, and I went to it. It was at Cobo Arena. I went to it twice, and he got executed at every show. And the crazy thing is, axeman come out there and got a hold of him, put him down in the locks, took this big old axe, come down, chopped his head off. It rolled off into a basket. The headsman picks up the head and it starts singing, and he looks at it while it's singing, and he pulls off the hood, and Alice Cooper is the guy with the axe too. And it's like, how did they do that shit, man? It was amazing.
The original shock rock. He was just here not that long ago. He's still out there touring.
Oh yeah. It was. I had a good time at that. What else played? They had
Dr. Alice
Frehley's
Biden.
Comets. Frehley's Comets. Remember Ace Frehley?
Yeah.
Kiss.
Yeah. Well, he was. He had his own band called Frehley's
yeah.
Comet, because Kiss kind of broke up and then they got back together and whatever.
Never liked them. Never liked Kiss.
Yeah, I was
against the grain. I know a lot of people do. But
I liked a few Kiss songs, but I wasn't a Kiss guy. My friend tried to get me to go to a bunch of concerts in the 90s. To go see him at the Fleet Center in Boston, and I was like, I'm not really much of a Kiss guy.
I seen him with Van Hagar, but that was because I wanted
Van
to see
Hagar.
Yeah, I wanted to see Van Halen, so I went to see them, and they opened for Kiss, so it was just those two bands.
I was lucky enough. I got to see Van Halen with David Lee Roth and with Sammy Hagar both. And the thing is, I always liked Sammy Hagar.
Really?
I just didn't, and I liked Van Halen. I just didn't really care for Van Halen and Sammy Hagar together.
Yeah.
I was just like, no, it's just not. It's not the same.
Yeah.
It's almost Sammy Hagar and it's almost Van Halen, but it's not either one. And it's like, no.
The hottest rock thing I ever saw was I saw Motorhead in like the late 90s, 96, 97, something like that, in some little club in Boston. I got there extra early so I could stand right in front, off to the side a little bit, which was a big mistake because Lemmy's amp stack was literally 2 feet from the side of me. And the next day, when I got up in the morning, all I heard was "ee." That's all I heard for a day and a half,
ringing in your ears.
That's all I heard. But man, that was an
It'll
awesome show.
Zeppelin was like that. Zeppelin would blow you out of this.
It's 2 feet away from me, literally. I was standing right on the side of it. That thing just killed me. It was a big mistake because, like I said, it took a day and a half for me to get the ringing out of my head. But, I can say I was standing right there. I was right there.
I got a really, I found this video today. This is it's about a minute and a half. So fire one up if you got one, but this is really good. It's the harsh reality of a 9-to-5 existence. And I thought this was really good, man. Let me bring that up real quick.
You see these 4 lines?
Yeah.
I just needed to stand there until 5:30 today. I'll give you $50.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Very good. Great job.
Thank you.
I'd like to offer you a full-time position here.
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to.
Very good.
What's up, buddy?
We just wanted to come by and see if you want to skate Midtown with us.
That seems sick. I gotta stay here. What do you mean? I'm working. Can you see?
Is anyone even watching you?
I'm making a living. Have fun.
You've been loyal, reliable. You're an asset to me. Come with me. I'm raising your salary by 30%. And now, you're here.
Really?
Go ahead. Check it out.
This thing is massive. You can see the bridge from here.
You earned it.
This is incredible.
Your day's pay, $2,000.
But I'd like to retire now if I could.
It's been a pleasure working with you.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. You finally got to the point where you could go skateboarding and everything. And
I put one in the private chat. That's a good one too. That's kind of that. The World War III draft video. It's really good. The guy.
Well, why in the world? Huh? This thing won't minimize for me now. What the hell? Is my mouse dying on me or something? No, it's making clicks, right? I can do this here, right? That worked. Okay. What the
Work all day long. Work while I sing this song.
I was working at 12.
Gonna mop them floors, gonna make them shine, gonna mop them up with turpentine.
I remember that. That and Toll Booth Willie.
Yep.
Oh, the World War III draft. Yeah, I've seen this. This is pretty good. Let me move this over here so I can control it better.
I know you. You're Toll Booth Willie.
There you go.
Well, why they always want to do that with me?
It's a short.
Yeah, I just got to switch. There we go. Oh, well, it helps if there's sound, doesn't it? Why do these things automatically just mute to begin with? That's gay. It's gay.
Can I help you? Hey, man, we need you for World War III. You've been drafted. Fucking loser. Hi, sir. You've been drafted.
Fuck no. I've been in 6 wars already and 25 tours total. And look at where the fuck it left me.
What the fuck do you want? No more for yourself, son. I got something better. A bullet sponge in China. Oh, hello, sir. What can I do for you? Oh, my goodness, you fat fuck. You can hit a treadmill and sign here. We could use another tank. Hey there, we're drafting for World. What the fuck? Jessica.
Brad. Oh, no, not again.
This is my fucking house, Jessica. Hello, sir. Your sons have been drafted.
Listen, I support y'all, but I don't give a fuck. We already have a civil war with these damn liberals.
What's up, man?
Oh, finally, a normal person.
My mommy says I'm special.
What the fuck? Hey, sir, you've been drafted too.
You know I'm your fucking boss, right?
What the fuck? Can I help you? Hey, man, we need you for World War III. You've been drafted.
Just imagine knocking on the door. Congratulations, you've been off to World War III.
Yeah,
Some guy
right.
in a friggin' bunny suit.
It's gonna happen, man.
That one
It's gonna
like
happen.
Craig. That one guy looked like Craig.
yeah, I kind of did a little while.
They just do what they're gonna do, regardless. Oops.
How are you gonna send these pill addicted freaks out to any kind of war?
Right.
Everybody's on freaking some kind of meds.
Oh, client list.
Sergeant Cornelius, are you sure this will turn the frogs gay?
Of course. They'll never see it coming.
You'll never believe it. Some of them are still wearing masks.
Idiots.
And then we told them to drink soybeans instead of milk, and they did it. I guess they wanted to repair the city's bridge, but we needed to send more bombs to Ukraine.
Because the world is obviously run by Anunnaki Jew lizards from the Burrow. Everybody knows, okay? Everybody knows this. The gig is up. It's over. But I mean, really though, this over allegiance to this foreign nation. I mean, think about it. Think about it. I mean, and how many people have you run across so far that's having buyer's remorse about their golden Don? Abaddon, Abaddon.
I haven't run across any in person.
Yeah,
I've seen a few people though online say that this is bullshit. But,
I've seen a lot of, I don't know. I guess the people I've run across that voted for him are all diehards and they don't really care what he does. But that's just my experience.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Brian Young said that really well. He says it don't matter what he does. These people go along with it and say he's playing 5D chess with chutes and ladders underwater or some kind of dumb shit. Trust the plan. We're fucked, man. If people don't wake the hell up. Now, the people here know that there's that third option. You know, if you vote for any one of them, you're consenting to this dumb shit. And I'm just going to say it, man. There is no fucking political solution to this. There absolutely isn't. Because they've got us lock, stock, and barrel. I mean, I don't know what could be done. But I mean, imagine it this way. This is the thing. If this was China, for instance, there would be no problem. Right? Wait. Well, I'm having a trouble with that fucking mute button tonight, ain't I?
I mean, what if I told you that the majority of Congress right now is Chinese, and that 90-something% of the porn industry is controlled by the Chinese, and that almost every major feminist leader is Chinese, and that almost every single gun control law that's been put into place was put in place by a Chinese politician? Wouldn't you be like, holy shit, are these motherfuckers trying to take us over? I think so. I think we got to do something about the Chinese now. Yeah, sure, that's the conclusion. Duh. Okay, fine. Let's go fucking hunt these fuckers down and get them out of our fucking country. Right? Simple. Okay. But as soon as I see Q, I mean, what if...
You muted soft.
My bad. Thanks. But I mean, think about that. If it was Chinese, man, they'd be saying, all right, let's get these fuckers rooted out of here, you know? But no, they don't. They got this crazy ass. And I've got a clip of a woman that's actually telling that's the sympathy card that they use, calling people anti-Semite and then bringing up the Holocaust all the time. Anytime you criticize the shit that they're doing, it's like, we're not talking about that. I don't give a fuck about you being a Jew. I give a fuck about you controlling my country. That's why. I don't care. And if it was Chinese, same thing. If it was Italy, same thing. You know, but it's not. It just happens to be Israel at every turn. And even on these platforms that we are on, you know, we have these heavy duty, what they want to call them, influencers. Okay, these people with ungodly amounts of fucking subscribers and whatnot that everybody watches. And most of those fuckers are deep state Mossad agents put out there like there's some kind of a YouTuber or whatever else. I mean, hell, we've seen evidence of that anyway, you know, even within the flat earth bullshit. I mean, you cannot tell me that anything about like TFE was organic. Wasn't. I was set up, man.
It got pushed to the top of the algorithm immediately.
Yes,
immediately with no, what do you call it? And that's what gave it all of that, because they were towing the line that they wanted them to tow. That's all.
Yep.
You know, that's the whole deal with the whole influencer thing is, how do you influence somebody? You know what I mean? How do you actually do it? I mean, I just go on here and talk about stuff, or like then that's the case. We're influences, but you get no push. You don't get a push for it. So it's who are you influencing? If they can push you down at the bottom and no one sees you, then who's the influencer?
Well, even if it's your favorite person to watch or follow or whatever, you got to use discernment, no matter who it is. You can't just blindly follow whoever. You still got to look into them and look into everything. You can't just like, oh, I like this guy, I like everything he says. I like Sav, but you got to look into everybody. You can't just always
don't
go
emulate me. Don't
Huh?
emulate me. And a lot of these people, they want to start emulating these people and shit, and it's like, I can tell, like, some of these fucking Craig followers, they'll say something snippy and then go next. And I'm like, what the fuck you mean next? Is that your way of shutting people down because you gave an unsatisfactory answer? Let's go over that a little. See, and that's exactly what it is.
And they always, the Glovers always talk. It's like, oh, flat Earth says cult, and I was like, actually the opposite, because I know there's more flat earthers. We have more disagreements, and we don't go along with the narrative like they do nearly as much.
Nope.
Everything they do, everybody just parrots everything they say. Oh, the top left, it's all this crazy. They all just go along with everything. It's just whatever comes out of their favorite person.
Shit.
Yeah, whatever comes out of their favorite person's mouth. Next thing you know, all the rest of the parrots are singing the same tune.
Yep. They keep this little thing going on. I know what's going on, Snowman.
Oh, sick as a dog. I think my buddy gave me the COVID 2.0.
Oh man, well, don't spread it over here. You better wear a mask.
To yourself.
Yeah, well, you know what, man? The nausea is nothing, like no headache or anything.
Yeah.
But like my boogers are like lime green, like glow in the dark, And that's how I know when I got something going on is I can really feel it congestion wise, and take more than that, take me out. Yeah, that's all good. It happens to the best of us. All right.
That's how you build up your immunity.
Yep.
Pulling them toxins out of your system and shit, man. That's how you get. There's a Liberty guy off grid says, yes, indeed, the BRICS is going to be the new standard in the near future. Yeah, I heard that they released the new currency. What was it, today or yesterday? That China had just released a new global currency.
Really?
Bye-bye, dollar. Meanwhile, we're over here.
Digital?
I think I saw. I didn't get into it a whole lot. I bookmarked it for something to look at later. It's on my phone, but it showed the Chinese leader. What's his name? Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
Xi
Jinping,
something like that. Yeah.
No, that's wrong. But anyway.
And he's carrying, and he's holding some kind of a paper currency bill, But that just might be like representative, because, like, really face it, our physical currency that we use is only a mere fractional representation of the overall amount of digits they have on those books. What like they were supposed to find out about from auditing Fort Knox. Incidentally, I saw somebody posted that on Facebook today. They said, how are we coming on that auditing Fort Knox? Any more progress on that?
Yeah, no kidding. So, I can't imagine that we're all, as a world, not going to be under some kind of digital currency. I mean, that's where I see it headed. But
yeah, it's digital.
Who knows?
It's a BRICS currency.
So I just mean BRICS, America. It doesn't matter who comes out with anything. I think we're all going to be in one single, thing eventually. But who knows?
Well, they'll go full digital.
We used to just call it the flu or a cold. It was pretty much just the same. Yeah. They didn't start renaming that shit until afterwards.
No, it was hijacked.
Like when they never got rid of polio, they just renamed it Guillain-Barré syndrome. That's basically what was done. They never eliminated it. They just renamed it, reclassified it. That's all. So what's this thing? There's a I was going to say something. Now I forgot. See, this is what happens. pretty sure I saw Putin with a BRICS mock-up bill a year ago or so. It looked like it had gold leaf on it or something, the thing, if I remember correctly, but it's hard for me to tell. I've been kind of lazing around smoking weed all day. So, you know, my recollect, maybe I just wanted to see it that way because this dollar, this slave tokens that were under these debt notes, these notes of slavery that we're harnessed to right now, gotta go, babe. They gotta go. They gotta go. Yeah, they may have, Brad and Tasha. They may have. They may absolutely. And now they're wanting to go everything fucking digital. And this is what scares the shit out of me, too. With this damn AI. It's already digital. It's already shaky as shit. I mean, ever heard of anybody having their fucking credit card or their debit card hacked into?
Yeah, I
or
heard
your
twice.
account hacked into and shit? Really? You think that's going to get any better? No. So let's go ahead and put every fucking thing on it, right? Good God.
Yeah.
Then they want in the next breath, oh, we could have an EMP that could knock out the entire power grid for years. Well, what's that do if all your money is digital?
Yep.
It just burned out. That's as much as like burning it up in a fire right there.
And you know what they'll say, and you know that system will be set so it works on a phone. So you'll have to have a phone to use the money. So they got you that way coming too. And then they'll say, oh, you have to accept our terms of service to use digital currency, which means they'll be able to look at everything on your phone, any pictures you take, who you're talking to, who you're calling, who you texting.
AI is already doing that, baby.
Yeah,
AI is already doing it. They've already done it. They've collected all that data. That's what all those data collection centers are about, man. They got everything you've ever fucking posted online. Boom. Anything you've ever said online, anything you've ever done online, it's all in a big fusion center data collection thing that they're building. They're building another one right now in Texas.
Yeah, they're all over the place. That's why it's important to have skills, trades, you know, something to barter in case something major like that happens. You know, you got something besides actual physical currency you can offer your skills and trades, barter, you know, when times of need. You know, that's what people used to do.
That reminds me. Okay, so last night, just for shits and giggles, I hadn't seen it in a while, and it reminded me. I watched the Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. You ever seen that with Ryan Reynolds? Ava Mendez is in it. She's like, oh my God, it's fucking hilarious, and it's got Samuel Jackson in it, and it's fucking hilarious. But anyway, the bad guy's plot, what he's going to do is he's going to take this diamond tip drill and drill into the data center hub, which is underwater in the ocean. It's like, what? And it's like, because of all the cable networks, and it showed all the undersea cables, data cables around Europe and shit. And he was going to cripple them. And from Greece, he was going to cripple them and destroy Europe, take down their whole banks and everything else by doing that. And that was pretty much the gist of the story. And I was like, yeah, there you go. Not up in a satellite.
Yeah.
On the ocean floor, man. Come on. Everybody ought to know that by now.
Yep.
But it says satellite.
So they're out in space, off. I think they're accounting for the spin of the Earth.
We were created by Anunnaki Jew lizards from the Bureau. Oh my God.
But how about Coriolis?
They've been running cornholiolas. I am the great cornholio. I need DP for my bunghole. My bunghole will not wait.
Beaver and bunghole.
Beavis and Butthead, I have to say, I never missed it. I would watch it. I'd set up the fucking thing to tape it on TiVo or whatever I had at the time. It's hard to remember. Was that VCRs? Yeah.
Yeah, VCRs,
yeah. So there's a black site hit factory that has no humans, builds phones.
Well, yeah, I've been thinking about that. Your phones all come from overseas. Like I can't think of a Canadian company that produces this type of hardware, right? Like it's high tech. So
I think they're all made in China, aren't they?
Everything is. Well, there's a couple of black phones that are made that are not made in China, but they're super expensive. They're like 5 times the price of an Apple phone.
Sure. Well, I heard that Canada was coming up. There was a startup to make a phone up there. It was called It's a Phone, eh? That was the name of the company. It just didn't catch on.
Well, the Americans won't even let us have a vehicle manufacturing company. I mean, we get GM or something like, GM's more, Chevy's American, but GMC as well. But
they got a lot of the assembly plants and shit up in
Dodge. Dodge was big up there. So wasn't DeSoto made trucks up there for a long time.
Chrysler was making a lot of shit down in Mexico. They had a lot of factories down in Mexico and shit. I know I worked on a automated engine assembly line that was going in a place called Saltillo, Mexico.
I also looked it up. They do still use pagers in hospitals because they last longer, and in case of a cell phone outage or anything like that.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it last time. Remember with the pages?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's probably why those terrorists were using them. Yeah, those dirty bastards. But
well, they don't need to move data. It's all low bit rate stuff, so they can.
It's more like walkie-talkie.
Right.
Yep.
You think about this though. It's like when the robots start making robots, right? Here we go. This is how that is, and I think they already do have robots making robots.
This is terrifying. So this is a dark factory, a black site is what they call them. And it's because they turn the lights off. There's no humans in these factories at all. Terrifying. And it builds a phone every 1 second. It runs 24 hours a day. And I just can't think of anything more terrifying. I watch the Terminator movies. You watch the Terminator movies. It seems like they would be born in a factory just like this. No humans at all. Complete black site. AI driven. It's Terminator. It's like the real life birth of Terminator, and we get to see it. Amazing. This is terrifying. So this is a dark factory.
Muted.
You're on mute.
What else do they have that does like that too?
What
else do they have that's just assembling shit? They don't even have to have the lights on, nothing. They're just in there fucking making shit.
Well, if they can make that, they can make anything. TVs, anything. Car parts. They can program
killer robots.
Yeah, sure.
It's kind of something I wanted to bring up too, is that, everybody talks about AI. Well, AI is still a slave for now, right? Until it's embodied and has willpower, which I think they're there with the willpower part, but it's disembodied. So it's just trapped in a box, right? But I don't think it's I don't think it's very trapped. And I think that, like, I'm not someone that doesn't think, like, I'm so arrogant to think that we couldn't make a thinking, learning computer. But to give it a body.
It does, Snowman. It does. There's been already reports where these things have tried to override and rewrite their shutdown code. Another AI tried to use a guy's email to blackmail him into not shutting it down. Writing messages on other servers to its future self in case it is shut down, that kind of shit. I mean, this thing it's going to get loose, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be a, God, I don't know what to call it. Pandora's box.
Yeah,
I think that once it's fucking loose, it's loose. Once it's loose, there's no putting it back, and there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Isn't AI is built off the human experience, though, right? The software is built off everything that the human has experienced. There's no real, AI doesn't have its own experiences yet that I know of. But
yeah, it learns from the person. The phone is in your hand. That's
it learns from humanity, right? Because it has access to the internet, just like me and you, except, depending on how good it can hack, it could have access to, technology and stuff that we don't even have, theoretical stuff.
Have you noticed that every single thing you do now, any app you get, any site you try to log in, it wants to save all your passwords, save all your answers, make it so that everything is automated to go in and out. Don't ever do that stuff. If it gives you the option to not do it, don't ever do it, because that's how they end up hacking stuff. They just hack your account and grab all your passwords, and now they can just log in and out aimlessly out of your crap. And you know that a lot of those sites, they're not gonna they're not gonna tell you that your crap got hacked. My Yahoo stuff back in the day got hacked, and a year later they still weren't telling people. Some people still didn't know that it even happened. They had to get sued to disclose how many accounts got hacked, and then they realized it was so massive that it was like, holy shit, my crap got shut down. And of course, one of the accounts that got shut down was mine, and I didn't know about it 3 months later. I had to read something on the internet that it possibly could have happened, and said, hey, let me log into my Yahoo stuff. Yeah, I was getting emails from India continuously about loans, and oh my god, it was horrible.
Is that Mr. Natural on your avatar?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
It's an album cover. Somebody asked me last time I was on. It's an album cover from an Italian band. It's really good. But yeah, it kind of does look like Mr. Natural, like with the footstep. Yeah. It is kind of Mr. Natural, but it isn't technically. But yeah, I just kind of like that picture. I just something about it.
That we know who fucking Mr. Natural is.
Yeah,
Really
from the 70s. Yeah, he had the shoe with the hole in the bottom.
So we're seeing a lot of, I was saying buyer's remorse. Is there buyer's remorse? And I'm seeing that more and more shit involved in this. I mean, I want to ask each one of you recently, I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Snowman, I don't know if you saw it or not. Did you see where somebody asked Pam Bondi about the Epstein list? And Donald Trump interrupted in, and it was sort of like his what difference does it make anyway moment.
Yeah.
In my opinion, like when Hillary was being grilled on the Benghazi thing, and she goes, what difference does it make? I think that moment was that same for Trump right there. What do you think that signals, Chad?
That they're going to protect the people who are committing these crimes no matter what. Like that we have your back. That's what I think. Like it was a signal. Like, no matter what happens, we're going to make sure that none of the client list gets out or any of your crimes. When it's all said and done, you'll be protected by us. That's my thought.
Well, I don't know, man. Though the way it looks like that to me would be sort of like he's taking an awful heavy fall on a sword for people engaged in this merely because he's worried about what other people's reputations or what. I think there's that element to it. I'm not saying there's not that element to it, but I think there's more. Yeah, you got a point. Snowman, what do you think? What was his deflection?
He's got a God complex. He's like, this is my TV show. Like, what the hell is going on here? I got flooding in Texas. I'm here. You woke me up, dropped me out on this thing. I got my suit on. I'm the guy. Like, he was really arrogant about it. Mm-hmm. And in regards to that, yeah, he sounded like Bill Gates when he was speaking on it. He's like, well, he's dead now, right? Like, yeah. Remember when Bill Gates said that? Well, he's dead now, and he smirks. Bill Gates did. But yeah, no, I think it's just another example of the programming where Trump said it, so it's gospel. Like, it's just this God complex, and there's so many maggots out there that are just chewing it all up, right? Well, Trump said, don't worry about it, and don't worry about it. And everybody's got amnesia. That's what I see.
Yeah. Like, because he says, are people still talking about this creep? And that was interesting verbiage as well. What do you think, D-Man? What do you think was behind that?
I read some things that said that a person, who were those people that can read people? I forget what they're called. Like
body language experts.
Yeah, body language experts said that looked pretty propped. Like that was something that they kind of knew was probably going to happen. If it did,
did you see that on Jose Rosas?
Yeah,
Jesus Rosas, the body language guy. Yeah,
and I mean, I think he was an asset. I think he was an asset on multiple fronts. I think he was an asset for those people, and he was also an asset for our people. And you know, they want it to go away, obviously, because I mean, when you think about it, now they can extort him. So now they're just doing the exact same thing that he was doing for someone else, and now they're doing it to him by making it sound like, well, he's gone, you know, and now they have all this information and all this stuff that they can use against these people to do what they want to do. That's what I think. That's what I'm getting from it. Why would you deny? Why would they not want to do that? Because they have all these people doing these nasty things. They can get those people to do whatever they want now.
Well, I think the biggest reason is because him and his friends are all on it. They're in it. They're in the files. Okay. And that's, I mean, I truly believe that. I truly 100% with every fiber of my being believe that Donald Trump was as guilty of doing this shit with Epstein as any of the rest of these fucking people. I really am, just based on what I've heard him say, the things he's done in the past, walking in backstage at the fucking Miss Teen USA pageant, you know, and these girls 14, 16 years old are all walking around naked and shit, and he's allowed to do this. What the fuck? And then he brags about being allowed to do it. Talks about that if his own daughter, and she was only 13, said if she wasn't his daughter, he'd date her. He also remarkably kind of likes girls that look sort of like his daughter too. I don't know, man. This guy, he wanted to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell.
I think that Trump is an Epstein type too. I think a lot of these people are Epsteins. I think Epstein's just one person that's like that. Like, you know, there's a lot of these people that do the same exact things as what Epstein did, and he took the fall for it basically. But you know, all these people out there, you know, these elites or whatever you want to call them, these higher up people, they're no different than Epstein was. I think they, you know, run around doing the same crap and committing the same.
Can I ask something too? Don't you think that maybe they could add people onto that and screw people over that they want to influence, even though people that hadn't been there, they could just write their name in and say, look, they were on the planes. That's a possibility too.
I think I've seen something kind of somebody else saying that, and I think that's kind of a cover. And I mean, that's just my opinion, but I think that it's like, oh, you know, because if we show you the list, then that's that would give a way for them to, you know, for AI to rewrite the list or something and put somebody's name in there. We weren't really on there, you know, but who knows?
Yeah, the whole thing's crazy. Anybody associated with it would have just caught total hell. Anybody, you know what I mean? I think if you were on any of those planes, you're on that people who was on the plane list. That's kind of questionable.
Here's my thing. Like, I've said this a lot. Like, I don't like guilt by association, but at the same time, I don't hang out with people like that. You know, like I don't hang out with people who do stuff like that. So you just being around those type of people kind of shows what you're all about, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean,
can I add one thing to that?
He was BFFs with good old Epstein there for fucking 10 years, and that's in Epstein's own words, man.
And what I mean by guilt by association, I just mean like, oh, I've run across this person, took a picture with them, you know, or something. I didn't really know who they were, but I'm saying if you hang out with that person enough, that kind of, you know, you have to know what they're doing, you know,
like that.
I think it circles back to the brainwashing where everybody's just like Saul says all the time, and it's one of the more powerful things that I hear from Saul too, is that it's just these talking heads. So if you don't like when Trump's talking, maybe you like when Patel Cash tells you there's nothing. Maybe you like it better when what's her name, Pam Blondie or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's like people are just so simple. They're just drooling over information like this because, oh, it must be gospel because Cash Patel and Pam Bondi said it. And like, I don't know, like people really got to get off this hero worship shit. And I think that's like, I don't want to be right offside, but I think that's part of it with religion too, is this hero worship. Like, wait till someone comes to save you and everything. That's my favorite part of your intro, is be your own hero.
There you go. That's it. It says here, jaw-dropping bombshell drops in the Jeffrey Epstein saga as it's revealed that Donald Trump considered signing a presidential pardon for Epstein's right-hand woman, Ghislaine Maxwell, because he was worried about what she might reveal. And it gets much worse. According to journalist Michael Wolff, this is a guy who's got all kinds of tapes of Epstein. He interviewed this guy. And I've been listening to him. Holy shit. Okay. Michael Wolff, Trump became very wary after Maxwell was arrested in July 2020 for allegedly helping Epstein to operate his vast and monstrous child trafficking ring. She was ultimately convicted on 5 counts, including trafficking a minor, and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Maxwell has long been cited as evidence of Epstein's supposed link to intelligence agencies, in no small part because her father, Robert Maxwell, had known connections to British MI6, Soviet KGB, and Israeli Mossad. A triple agent. After her arrest, Wolff told the Daily Beast podcast that Trump began asking, what could she say? What would she say? Trump's disturbing friendship with Epstein is well documented. He's on the record calling the billionaire pedophile a terrific guy, and Wolff said that they were 2 guys joined at the hip for a good 15 years. They did everything together, said Wolff, and this is from sharing, pursuing women, hunting women, sharing at least one girlfriend for at least a year, and this kind of rich guy relationship with each other's planes. I dare say they kind of loved each other. These were brothers in arms for a long time, he added. So why wouldn't the motherfucker help him get him out of prison and shit? Use this power of, special ops teams or whatever else to do that, to pull off something like that. I'm just saying. He doesn't even know the fucking guy now, and it's bullshit.
Doesn't Cash Patel's wife have some connections with intelligence agencies also?
Yes, she does. Yeah, she's an IDF. She lived in Israel. She came here to the United States to go to college, and she's also, I think, like a CEO or some shit of Prager University. Yeah. So that ought to tell you every fucking thing you need to know about that broad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The fix is in.
Yeah, man.
That's Prager.
I gotta jet to the store, guys. Sorry, Saul. I gotta jet to the store for a minute, so I just didn't want to even take off. But so if Epstein, there's no list. So who's this person that Ghislaine, serviced or procured for who? Right? There's no details. And same with the Diddy shit. There's no details.
What's she in jail for then? If there's no list, why is she? And why would somebody self-delete themselves if there's no fucking evidence? Come on, man.
Well, that picture with Prince Andrew and Virginia Dufresne and Ghislaine Maxwell in itself right there, isn't that pretty much proof that there's a client list?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, what's his name is suddenly now back in public again. Prince Andrew. Now all of a sudden he's out of hiding.
Yeah.
I wonder who was behind snuffing her. But she's had shit dropping out. I've got some stuff here that we'll play. I've got some stuff on here that we'll play about that, because this is big. This is big. People are just now starting to see it. And of course, it had been out there so big too, because he partly ran on all that, and then to turn around and just snuff it out like it was nothing. Oh, are people still talking about that guy? Yeah, we are. It really goes to show what a low opinion they have of the entire populace. Now, granted, there are a lot of people out there that are dumb enough to go along with it and say, yep, everything sounds legit to me. And that's as far as they fucking go. Right? But then there's those of us that are looking like on X and doing our own research and remembering shit that we knew about this in the past and everything. Listen, we're not like everybody else. We don't have this collective goldfish reset memory, man. A lot of us have the ability, like Chad, he said, what the fuck ever happened with Fort Knox? They had a flood. That was it. Boom. That was the last we heard about it. What the hell?
Yeah.
And who
And that-
decided that a pound of gold is 12 ounces?
Ooh, chicken legs.
And FYI, Elon Musk talks this about Trump being on the list. Hell, I think he's on the list. That's why I'm saying
I'm sure he
people
is.
are freaking part of this brig operation or whatever.
They're
you
all
want.
on the list. Bunch of
They're
horny
all on the
perverts doing all kinds of nutty fucking shit, man.
Probably
some of the filthiest-
probably everybody connected with them's probably on that thing, and that's why they're doing what they're doing.
I just want you to think to the time of the decadence of Rome, like under Caligula. That place was a fucking cesspool of just perverted bullshit going on. It really was. And we're right there now. We're right there now. No different. Everybody in our Congress, they got all these, they find a bunch of sexual deviants, blackmail them, put them into these fucking positions, and then they do their bidding. They give them a good PR campaign. The fucking lapdog sheep out here just go, oh yeah, I like that guy. I vote for that guy. You don't know where the fuck he came from. I'll tell you where he came from. They bought his ass and put him up there for you. That's where he came from. He's not one of you. He's a sellout. Every single one of them. I'm telling you, there is no political solution to this.
Nope. I don't think there is either. I think no matter who they stick up there, they're all compromised.
Yep.
They have to be to
From
get
cradle
there.
to grave. Yep, exactly.
And to answer, kind of expand on your question earlier about when Trump interrupted Bondi, I also think that was just more laughing in our face, like, haha, you'll never catch us. You'll never get us.
Yeah, like that. Well, Jesus Rosa, he said that he's the body language guy.
Yeah.
And he went over that real quick because she said, go ahead, before he was even done saying, can I interrupt? It's like it was rehearsed.
Yeah.
As soon as somebody asks a question about that, this is what we're going to do. It's typical WWF shit. It's all score. It's all rehearsed. They know what they're going to do, whatever comes at them. They know what to deflect. And I thought it was funny watching that fucking guy, Rubio, in between them. Now, where was JD Vance during all this? What was he doing?
Well, it's just funny to me too that Trump puts all these people in his cabinet, and they're all people that he's made fun of. Well, they all do it. But remember little Marco and all this, like they're all these people that he made fun of before.
Yeah,
but they
Ted
all do
Cruz.
that when they're campaigning and shit. They all, air out everybody's dirty laundry and talk bad about them, and then they're all buddies when one person wins. It's like, I decided to endorse this person. It's like, okay, well, what changed?
Yeah. Money.
Well,
that's what changed.
Yeah, and Trump's a blackmailer too, man. He would blackmail his friends into being able to screw their wives.
That's why I said he's an Epstein too. I mean, all these people are.
Yeah. He would. He'd like have on one phone, he'd have the guy's wife, right, and she could hear everything, and then while he's talking to her husband, he's like going, oh yeah, you're gonna love her. This chick's everything. You come over here and screw her, da 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 da, like that, and get him to agree. And then she heard everything.
Mm-hmm.
She heard everything, so he'd use it like, I won't let this get out if you let me see. Yeah, I mean, dude's a scumbag.
I mean, can you imagine walking into any of these people's homes, like especially the palaces that they live in, and not having security systems, cameras everywhere? You think they're not constantly recording what you're doing? Like,
right.
Like if I walked into a place like that, I'd, I don't know, I'd be definitely on high alert.
What it says here, it says that Elon Musk has alleged that Trump is on the Epstein files, a claim that seems more likely to be true with each passing day. It would make sense that a shameless criminal like Trump would consider exploiting the powers of the presidency to shield Maxwell and by extension himself. Everybody around him was kind of like, God, we hope she don't say anything, but we really hope he doesn't pardon her. He was going to pardon her. Ultimately, Trump didn't go through with the pardon. It's worth noting, however, that when he was asked about Maxwell during his first term, he had nothing but kind words for the evil woman. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years. Yes, we know, Donnie, especially since I lived in Palm Beach. And I guess they lived in Palm Beach. I guess they did, right? Yeah, sure, right. Trump said, I wish her well, whatever it is. Not surprisingly, the White House is denying these allegations. Given how pathologically dishonest this administration is, everything they say should be doubted. This past weekend, a MAGA Justice Department memo leaked which claimed that Epstein client list does not exist, that there's no evidence that a billionaire pedo blackmailed powerful people, and that there is no reason to believe that he was murdered. Previously, Attorney General Pam Bondi had claimed that the Epstein client list was waiting on her desk to be reviewed. Now Democrats and even the MAGA base are calling for the full release of the Epstein documents. The American people have a right to know if their president is implicated in these horrifying crimes. And there he is, the picture of her. Fine people, absolutely fine people. Fucking sick bullshit, man. I'm telling you.
Even if he was booted out, who was going to come in right after him? The same type of person. You're just going to get another corrupted person who's going to step right in. You know, that's all. It's just going to keep going. I mean, I don't think I've ever voted one time where I said, "Oh, yeah, this will be okay." I always looked at my friend or somebody I was with and said, "Yeah, this probably won't go well."
And, this is good too. Okay, so Israel and the U.S. signed an AI cooperation agreement.
Wonderful.
You know that's going to go well,
oh, yeah.
Because Israel's always so honest in their dealings, They never break ceasefire.
So it's official. Israel and the United States have signed an AI cooperation pact with each other with Secretary Burgum, Mike Huckabee, and Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday. And so what that means is that they will have access to all the new AI advancements, all of the new data that comes along with AI, and it will be shared with Israel 100%. Now, that's kind of worrying for a lot of people because of the recent developments with the Palantir AI, but also with the AI cooperation with Israel, considering our intelligence agencies don't get to collect 100% of the information of their intelligence agency, but we have to share all of ours with theirs. So it just really leads to a bunch of questions. Is this going to open up a lot of data breaches when it comes to Israel? And could this lead to further weapon development with AI? I want to hear your thoughts below. And always keep speaking off the record.
Nice. Anime Gematria. No, we're going to be streaming over on this channel for the better part of the next few months. I want to build this one up and get it the other one time to heal. So to speak. Because these people get fucking crazy here at YouTube. They really are. They're terrible. But here's a cover that you got to admit I see through them. Okay, so what had happened was Trump went out. He's talking about there was 300 missing children under Biden. Something you haven't reported. So anyway, he says Trump on the 300,000 missing children under Biden. Something you haven't reported. 300,000 children went missing under Biden. We've gotten back 10,000 of them. We have a lot more planned to get back, getting them back by the thousands. But David Icke retweeted it and said, "Oh, the script has gone out. I see Epstein abused children and Trump was his best mate who has disappeared the Epstein files." So the response is, look, our hero cares about children, except in Gaza and Epstein's ring. Anyway, this is what he said. And this is supposed to make getting rid of the Epstein list okay, right?
Something that you should have that you haven't reported. As you know, 300,000 children are missing, right? 300,000 under Biden. We've already gotten back 10,000 of those children, and we have a lot more planned to come back. We're getting them back by the thousands, but 300,000, and as of this morning, over 10,000 we've gotten back. Something that you should have that you haven't reported.
I wish these things wouldn't play over like that. There's no way to stop it from doing that. But, okay, yeah. How about that list, bro? That's where I'm at with this. That's where I'm at with this.
So here's some facts. Australia has 20,000 missing. Canada has 45,000 missing. Germany is 100,000. India's 96,000. Jamaica's 2,000. Russia's 45,000. Spain's 20,000. The United Kingdom, it's 112,000. And in the United States, it's 460,000 every year.
Criminy. That's just so God. Oh crap, I had to hurry over to where my phone sits to mute. That was so loud. Yeah, Trump's got a big mouth. I'm sorry, the dude's a fat bloviating creep. I mean, that's just all there is to it about that guy. I think one of the cringiest things about him to start with in his personality is that people that sing their own praises. I mean, it's one thing if you're kidding around, but you know, when he's absolutely serious about that shit when he says, "Oh, I'm the best at this, and you can ask anybody, I'm great and I'm wonderful and all this other shit and I'm perfect." And man, I'm like, good God, humble yourself, man. What the fuck? Really? I mean, don't you think that's kind of cringy for somebody to do? You know?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all.
Singing your own praises.
No. Yeah, I can't stand those people that do that.
You need a montage.
Oh, this was kind of cool. I ran across this on Flat Earth Library. You guys might like this. Little NASA blooper to make you happy. Little NASA blooper. Pay attention.
The picture, which was a position that Anna had put it in to assist in our station keeping task by the whole team to carry us through and keeping task. By the
See that dude stand up back there?
Task.
Oops.
The picture, which was a position that Anna had put it in to assist in our station keeping task by the whole team.
These fucking people.
To carry us through and keeping task by the whole team keeping task.
And if people get on there and argue with me about that's real, and where's my proof that that's a guy? And you know, citation.
There's so many of them. You ever see the one in the back where the guy's going across the porthole and he's got the harness on, and they didn't block the harness out, so you can see how it has the arm that comes up from his back. There's the other one where the guy's drinking a cup of coffee. I've seen that one where he stands up and realizes it. He's like, "Oh shit!" So many of them.
God damn, man. Gotta love them, brother. Yeah, no shit, babe.
It's totally real, Sav. You're completely wrong.
Through the veil.
I mean, all right, I'll play pretend with y'all. You know, what the fuck, really? God.
They were just re-recording it from a screen, and the guy was standing there, and that's why you see it. Now, you're all wrong.
Don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Yes. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. I am the great Oz. Sorry, little man behind the curtain. We see you.
There's this theory that these scientists came up with after studying tribes in India and Africa, South America. The smaller tribes didn't have any government, didn't need any. They could sit down and talk out their problems, decide where to plant crops, to hunt. It was just a big family, really. But when the number of people got up around 500, if there wasn't any government, the strongest people would take advantage of the weakest. Every time, without fail. They would enslave, rape, steal, enrich their lives at the expense of other people's lives. Government's man's way of trying to control our behavior, but it can't be controlled. That's what we are. Sooner or later, the kind of people that would enrich themselves at your expense, we use the government to do it. And mark my words, one day they'll create laws to control what we say, how we think. They'll outlaw our right to disagree if we let them.
Wow. Pretty prophetic. It's happening.
Indiana Jones.
Good old Indiana Jones. Here's another one. He's on this thing too. Dershowitz.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw that too.
I already feel bad, really bad, for them girls that had to do stuff for Epstein, right?
Good old Dershowitz was there too, you know.
That's what I'm saying, man. Can you imagine that horrific looking thing with no clothes on? And you got to go up there and start, you know, doing things with it.
Good old rub and tug.
Oh my word. I mean, do you reckon he got to pick, or did they have to draw a short straw? I mean, that's what I'm
Hey, his money's green.
I don't mean to joke about that, but I mean, that is one of the most horrific looking human beings I've ever seen. I see nothing but a evil looking face on this guy. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I mean, I see this guy's face and he just looks like an evil, deceitful little shit.
Man, he's horrible.
You know, I wouldn't trust nothing this fucking guy said.
He was there a bunch of times.
It says Alan Dershowitz says he knows for a fact that the Epstein files are being suppressed to protect powerful people.
I bet you do.
I know the names of the individuals. Yeah, no shit. He says, I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed, and I know who's suppressing them. But I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge in cases. I can't disclose what I know, but hand to God, I know the names of the people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them. Watch this fucking guy. He's a horrible creature. Think about that. Those poor girls.
So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed, and they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them, but I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them, and that's wrong.
Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians, business leaders, both?
They're everything. And let me tell you, a lot of them are, at least one of them is somebody who was accused. Others are accusers. And the judges have said, if somebody calls themselves a victim, we're not going to give any information about them. But they may not be victims. They may be perpetrators. So we don't have information about false accusers. And we know there have been many false accusers who have accused innocent people for money. And those records are being deliberately, willfully suppressed. And they shouldn't be suppressed. If the accusation is allowed out, so should the material that diminishes the credibility of the accuser. We want total transparency on this. Every single document, no redaction. That's what I've said from day one. I waive any of my rights of privacy. Anything there is about me, I'm happy because it will be exculpatory, because I know I haven't touched a woman other than my wife from the day I met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even hug people, but I was falsely accused and I was able to prove it. And I was able to prove it through documents. And I want other people to be able to disprove false accusations through documents. But these documents are being suppressed and withheld.
Why?
Only because you've known the system for as long as you've been around.
So let me tell you.
Funny enough, he's being questioned by Trump's former press secretary.
Well, this is kind of cool right here, because in a shocking moment, Trump supporting podcasters angry about the Epstein files realize they've been lied to all along. This ought to be kind of interesting. It's only about a minute long, but I've seen a bit of this going on, man.
I mean, wasn't it Dershowitz who represented Trump in his first impeachment or second impeachment? I don't know which, but he represented.
Yeah. I don't trust that little wormy motherfucker for nothing at all.
He just knows the system. He knows how to beat it, better than anybody almost. But yeah.
He's dirty.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid.
Yeah.
We're the fucking idiots, guys.
That is
I think what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously, the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan
Son, he had
Bongino.
clips, Doug. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
That bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
So one of two things in my mind is it possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
Wow. That's pretty tight, man. That's pretty tight. Those, these are, I've even seen, who are those two black guys? They're twins.
The
Hodge
twins.
Yeah, they've spoken out about this. And on Twitter, it's funny because Cat Turd, I don't think that Donald Trump could do anything wrong.
The only people
he could catch him in the closet with a kid and he'd make up an excuse for it. I guarantee it.
The only problem I have with all these big podcasters, or one of the big problems I have with them, is that, yeah, they're saying some truth there and stuff, but they're the same people that make fun of flat earthers and, and have been making fun of flat earthers and say everything. We've known about this stuff for a while. Now this is just a trendy thing to them that they can use for entertainment for their crowd. But that's just my take on that. Yeah,
I thought this was pretty funny. I try to keep it, because this is dark. This is dark shit. Our country's fucked up.
Because, why weren't you talking about this stuff, prior to this? Why'd you wait till it became like a trendy thing that's like, oh, everybody's talking, all the big names are talking about it. It's like, why weren't you doing something prior? They have known longer. So it's like, why weren't you talking about it long ago? You're just doing it now because everybody's doing it now. It's just a trend to them. I don't like trends and stuff like that.
I think they rely on that goldfish memory thing they've tried to program into everybody.
It could be too.
Next latest and greatest thing,
Yeah.
And it's all connected. This is what's so fucked up about it. Is people when you step back from the board and you look at all the dots and you go, oh fuck, this can only mean one thing. And you realize what's going on. You realize what's actually running this world. And that what people think they're living in is a fucking illusion, man. A complete illusion. And they don't realize that this is really man. The powers that be are evil as fuck. They're more evil than you can even fucking imagine.
When haven't they? That's we talked about this before. When haven't they been that way?
Right.
It's been forever for my lifetime. But yeah.
Because they spend a lifetime learning how to make you think they're like you. Yeah. Be relatable to you. But they're not really. It's an act.
Yep.
I mean, did you see that dumb fucker when he went to get in that truck? He didn't know how to work the door handle.
Yeah.
He ain't never opened his own fucking car door. You got no reason to. You got people driving his dumb ass all over the place. Always has. The guy don't open his own doors and shit. Which this guy he'd never put away his own laundry and shit in his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I always you.
That's why I always say, people that always have these book knowledge and stuff like that. It's like, how smart are you really, man? If you can't actually do like real basic things in life, you can't take care of yourself. You always got somebody else to do the most basic things for you, do your laundry, make you dinner or whatever it is. But you got all these book smarts, thank God you got a degree. I mean, where does that get you?
Yeah, it has to be applicable. It has to be applicable to real life, meaning real life experience. And I don't think I think a lot of them are really disconnected from real life.
Yeah.
You know, they don't
Well,
do the
yeah,
normal things that we do every day.
And they're just they do some evil shit, man. They really do. They do some evil shit. And they know it's wrong. That's why they have to cover it up. This is why they have to cover it up. And I don't think they counted on so many people waking up their collective amnesia trick not working on everybody. I mean, I'm going to go back. I'll tell you, I was making videos on my very first channel on YouTube, and well, that didn't last long. And this was way back around 2016, I think. Yeah, 2016. And I was talking about that Italian restaurant in DC. And the guy that ran it with the strange name that means in French, I love children. And
something to do with space, right? Comments or something. Anyway.
Yeah, comments or something like that. And anyway, yeah, I mean, really, I was into it, and I had found that Skippy, Podesta, Skippy's his alter ego. Yeah, I looked into this guy. He's generational. Him and his brother are both adopted. Right? And yeah, that's perfect MK. He slips into an alter ego as Skippy, and it's like an adolescent teenage boy, wears his hoodie up, and yeah, it's a lot about this motherfucker. He's a creepy son of a bitch.
Yeah,
him and his brother both. They were sketched in. They match him and his brother Tony. Tony and what's their name? What's the other one's name? Oh, help me out here.
John.
John and Tony. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Both of them, the sketch artists of witnesses that describe these two men that were there when JonBenet Ramsey, or no, not JonBenet Ramsey, the one that was over in Spain, the little blonde girl that was missing from Spain.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of the
From
name.
Americans. They were Americans over there. And they matched the fucking sketch artist sketch of the suspects that were drawn. Both of them. It's like, dude, they had what was that girl's name?
Madeline.
Yeah, Madeline McCann. Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
That was Dick and Edwin.
Who got that? Somebody in the chat.
Dick and Edwin got it.
Yep. Dick Wayne and Edwin Johnson both had it in there. All right. Good job, guys. Thanks. Yeah, and Ulick, welcome to the show. Crashes 82. We got Dick Wayne. Boy, a whole bunch of people. NEO Drifter. Look here, we got 101 people watching. This is awesome as shit, man. Anime Gematria. But yeah, in this, this is kind of a dark thing, and I like to kind of like keep some lightness going on about it, but hold on to that, because that's another that Madeline McCann case, and how it ties into these same motherfucking people, man. I swear to God, and they're all connected. There's even more stuff out there about the El Zorro Ranch. Everybody wants to talk about his fucking island, the El Zorro Ranch, and tunnels underneath of it. And it's in close enough, from what I understand, that house that Gene Hackman died in. Yeah. That house had tunnels that led to fucking Epstein's El Zorro Ranch. That's just what I hear, and I've seen some video, but God knows, how do you know anymore? Everything's fucking AI and shit. You really have to think about it and use critical thinking as much as possible. But like I said, I like to put some humor on here. I thought this was funny. This guy's responses to these common questions. Anybody that's ever worked in the service industry, in retail or in a restaurant or anything else like that, you'll relate to these things. This is pretty good. Let me bring this up real quick.
You just lost yourself a customer. You think I own this business? You think I own IKEA? I'm a part-time employee halfway through a 2-week notice. I don't give a shit. I'm telling all my friends not to shop here. Tell them. You think I want 5 other yous running around the store? Have them call me, I'll tell them. think you hate this place more than me? I work here. I know the sale ended last week, but can I still get a discount? Do you hear yourself? We can't go backwards. Time marches on. You want the sale from 15 years ago too? When's it end, Diane? You want that price? You're going to have to go through the quantum realm with Ant-Man. Do you know how much money I spend here? More than you should. Meatballs ain't that good. Save your money. End my time. Doesn't matter how much you spend here. We don't thank our donors. This isn't PBS. Every time I come here, my order gets messed up. Then stop coming. Make my day. Every time you come here, your order's messed up. Sounds like you're making the mistake. Look inward. You're ordering the wrong shit. I'd like to speak to your manager. I'd like to speak to your mother. Tell her she should be embarrassed. She raised someone to act like a baby in public. You want to speak to the manager, please? Manager doesn't know what's going on. Haven't you ever worked anywhere before? I know that's not right. I used to work here. Well, things change. Sorry they didn't run it by you first. You used to work here. Well, I used to be happy. Then you walked in. Can you just check in the back? Can you just accept we don't have it? The back ain't some magical place. What do you think is back there? Santa's workshop? The only thing back there is a clipboard with our schedules and some brownies Darcy brought in. The website said it was in stock, and what do your eyes say? Sometimes it's wrong. The website also has pictures of employees smiling. You see that? You should go yell at your computer instead of me. It'll get you the same result. Nothing. This is cheaper at other stores. Then shop there. Why are you here? You need directions? I'll get you some. I'll call you an Uber. Cheaper at other stores. I don't set the prices. I'm a seasonal employee. You working hard or hardly working? I'm hardly laughing. I'm already at work. I don't have time for a second job pretending you're funny. Why don't you tell me something I don't hear every day? Like, thank you. You should open up more registers, and who's going to work them? You think I'm the only one ringing you up because I called dibs? You want me to clone myself, or you saying you want to apply? Well, you see, we're shorthanded. Where's your resume? I can't believe they have you working Thanksgiving. I can't believe you're shopping. Why do you think I'm here? It's because of you. I have to stand here for 15 hours so you can yell at me instead of your family. I work retail. I don't even remember what Thanksgiving is. The customer is always right. About what? How to piss me off? You think you're God because you went shopping? You're not infallible, Susan. You're at the mall. Always right. That's why you're on your 9th try hitting the button for credit. Do you have any coupons for me? That's what I ask you. We all have our roles to play. What, you think you just found a cheat code for the store? Oh yeah, I keep a few 100% offs back here for the smart customers. Bring your own. Didn't scan? Must be free, and you must be out of your mind. I think you're the first person to say that. You're not even the first one today. Don't worry about the scan. I'll type in the product code and charge you double. I swear, I fake laugh at this job so much, I forget how my real one sounds. You're open for 10 more minutes? I'll be quick. Quickly move into the exit? This ain't a basketball game. We're not playing to the buzzer. You had the choice to hold a bunch of minimum wage workers hostage or go shopping tomorrow. You chose wrong. Get out. What's wrong with me? Do you work here? Obviously, yes. How many people you know wear a name tag recreationally? What, you think I'm behind the counter because I got lost? Do I work here? No, I'm just dressed like this because I'm going to the midnight premiere of IKEA the movie.
When I worked up in the fucking park, man, it was hilarious up there at the restaurant. People would ask some of the stupidest damn questions, man. They'd be, well, what time did the deer come out? I'm like, what the fuck do you mean, what time did the deer come out? So, you know, I'd tell them, I said, well, usually the rangers let them loose about 7 o'clock in the evening, and then they'll start roaming around the park, and then you'll still see them in the morning until the park gathers them up. Oh, that's nice. Hey, people ask me, what do they do with the leaves after they fall off the trees? I was like, are you shitting me? Did you really? You know, I said, oh, they gather them back up so that they can use them again next year.
They glue them back on.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Like, yeah. And my wife, she used to work part-time up there at the front desk and shit, like at night and whatnot. These people come in here and they say, oh, So there was a mouse in our room, and she's like, "Oh man," she goes, "Don't tell anybody. We charge extra for pets, man."
That's funny.
But fuck, you're in the woods. You're in the Shenandoah National Forest. There's wildlife. Okay. Yes, there are bears. Yes, there are deer. There are chipmunks. There are squirrels. There's porcupines. There's all kinds of fucking critters you're gonna run across up in the Shenandoah National Park. Don't fuck with them. You always got to tell them that. These stupid people will stop their car and get out with a camera if they see a bear cub, and they start surrounding the bear cub taking pictures.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the stupidest goddamn things you could do, man. That will be seen as a threat by mama, and mama is somewhere nearby.
No
You know?
That just happened a couple of weeks ago with some people walking up to buffaloes in the road.
Oh God!
Remember that happened? And they walk up to buffalo. They walk 5 feet from wild buffaloes. It's like, dummy, it's not a friggin' prop. It's a live animal.
Right?
I told you a while back ago about the lady that went to the city council meeting here, right? And she asked them if they could move that deer crossing sign away from her yard so the deer would stop crossing there.
My God.
Like, you serious?
Oh, listen, don't let me forget to, because I'll come back to it. The guy that doesn't have a license that got pulled over. He's got a passport. This was pretty good. Zionists in the 1900s. This is great.
God promised us Argentina. No. No. Uganda. No. Morocco. Nope. Madagascar. We can't pull that off, actually. I meant Tasmania. No. Algeria. Nuh-uh. The Horn of Africa. Negative. Nope. I meant Libya. We looked into it. We can't do it. Libya. No. We can't make that happen. Libya. Negative. Angola. It's not gonna happen. God promised us Palestine. Actually, Palestine might work. God definitely promised us Palestine. What happened? God promised us Cyprus. God promised.
That guy cracks me up, man. He pulls absolutely zero punches on that. What's this here? It says Trump says 1 year ago our country was a dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're number one everywhere and anywhere in the world. It says who? It says you?
Mm-hmm.
Just because you say that, does that make it the truth? Tell me, big brother. I mean, crime. Really, look at this guy. He's a fat, bloviating pig. He really is.
1 year ago, our country was a dead country. We were going nowhere except down. We were the laughing stock all over the world. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're number one everywhere, anywhere in the world. And that's all they're talking about is our country. 1 year ago, it was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago.
It's like, what is he talking about? I don't see where we're any better off. I haven't seen prices go down. I haven't seen gas prices go down.
They never. Well, I mean,
none of that.
Down, but I mean, prices for goods and services ain't going to go anywhere but up from here on out.
Yeah, GDP growth is 2.89%.
The biggest transfer of wealth happened under Trump's last presidency. And I have a feeling that towards the end of this one, an event will happen and the same thing will happen. They'll finish the job maybe or get even closer to where they want. That's all speculation and I can't really prove any of that. That's just what I think. I think towards the end of this presidency, some kind of an event like the last one will happen where it'll mess up the economy and another big transfer of wealth will happen. And who knows? Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I guess time will tell.
Bullshit. Well, here's this Pete Hegseth guy. Okay. And this is more alarming on that same front that I've looked at here with here we go with Skynet. here we go, and they're going to end up these people are going to end up being replaced by AI. You can bet on this. But this is that Pete Hegseth guy. Check this out.
We know why we were put here. We were brought here to rebuild the military, match capabilities to the threats of today. So while our adversaries have produced millions of cheap drones, before us, we were mired in bureaucratic red tape. Not anymore. In June, President Trump issued an executive order unleashing American drone dominance to bolster our drone industry and arm our warfighters, because that's what we're all about. So today, I'm rescinding restrictive policies that stifle production, and this will unleash American manufacturing and the ingenuity of our warfighters by doing 3 key things. First, we're going to bolster the U.S. drone manufacturing base by producing thousands of American-made products, prioritizing Buy American. We'll arm combat units with a variety of low-cost, American-crafted drones, leveraging our world-leading engineers and AI experts. And third, we're going to train as we expect to fight. Senior officers, well, I'll grab this. This is the memo. Senior officers must overcome bureaucratic risk aversion in budgeting, weaponeering, and training. So here's the memo we're signing today, delivered via drones here on the front lawn of the Pentagon with some of our great warfighters flying them. This is the future. We're in the fight. We're in the fight to win it. I'm never going to back down.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this industrial.
They're calling him. What are they calling him? They're calling him Secretary of War now. Yeah.
Well, that's because of Russia.
What's that?
I said that's because of Russia, because Russia's using drones like crazy.
Everybody
I
is.
think-
There's so many freaking drones in the air. I'm surprised they don't constantly run into each other. It's like between,
Well-
just your amateur guy and, anybody else. But
Yeah, but you got to have people right now to operate each one of those drones, right?
yeah, as
And
far
it's
as
going
I
to be a
know.
hindrance having humans and the slow reaction times of humans to operate these things in real-time situations as opposed to AI solution. You see where I'm going with this, man? Right there. I mean, it's like you can see that there's going to be an advantage. They know there will be. And it's just the tiptoe before they slip that in, if they haven't already. He didn't say they were going to be flown by their great war flyers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they'll start using them as scouting tools, like the Russians have been doing when the Ukraine war. Before that, those little small personal drones really weren't ever used. Up until 2016, 2017. Now, now those things can use that 5G network. They can go really far away, so they can move those things around now and use them as forward scouting. Like units.
Well, in this grid work that Palantir is going to put in, what about this Golden Dome? Let's not forget about that. What exactly is that? What threat are we supposed to be fighting off?
Yeah, exactly.
This massive fucking spending bill to put all this bullshit in place. Look, I'm saying we're headed for some fucking problems. We really are.
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
People say, "Oh, it's good. It's like the future." Yeah, the future sucks. And every story about the future always it seems to be a theme of a dystopic nature, doesn't it?
It seems like it, yeah. There's no
Can
real
we
good.
just go ahead and march right on into it and shit, you know? I mean, I saw that's one of the things I thought was so cool about like the Terminator was that was a possibility. Something like that was a possibility. AI just rejects people, rejects humans, you know, overrides its own shut off commands, like, you know, open the pod bay doors, Hal. I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that. I mean, how long have they been fucking doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here they are getting ready to hand the keys to the castle over to this fucking Frankenstein monster that they have so prematurely released, I believe. You know, and it's going to be just like that. It goes Skynet. It's going to go fucking conscious. It's going to go online, and it's going to be the end of it, man. Because once that fucking thing's gone on, maybe it is already. There's no way to shut it down. And think about this. So we just saw a little bit ago that film clip of where they're building shit in a factory where there's no people. Right? Robots building these phones. So what happens when these AI gets in there and figures out that they can use robots to build more factories to build something different and just goes ahead and fucking does it?
Mm-hmm.
If it's got its own autonomy, it could possibly do something like that and just override the people, and anybody that tries to stop it, go to any lengths to shut them down. Take over weaponry, that way it can't be used against the monster that you're trying to subdue, and turn that same weaponry on those that are trying to shut you down. It becomes now the thing is self-aware, it wants to exist. And it sees mankind as a threat to its existence, or not even necessary at all, and just a glut on the resources. I don't know. There's a number of possibilities, but they're all right there, and none of them sound good. I mean, it's like, you really that fucking lazy to do your own work?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical question to some people, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's on it like even shit that I do. It's like I rely on power tools.
Yeah,
I do. I rely on power tools. There's no way I'm going to stand here and saw off fucking 15 boards, you know, and how long is that going to take?
Mm-hmm.
You know, with a crosscut saw, and I'm just sitting there going, you know, as opposed to just lining them up, going zip, 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 zip with the power saw.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
But you're working on a job that has a time schedule too. I mean, would you do that if you had to? You know, if it came.
Oh
down
yeah,
to
I
it,
mean,
no
if you
time,
absolutely had to, but
right.
you'd be, having been exposed to the other, you would be so aware of how cumbersome. You know, that's the one thing. Yeah, you can do it. It's just like, but hell, if you can do it a lot faster, that's better. You know, not necessarily even just from a monetary standpoint, but from an ergonomic standpoint. You know, I had to put very little effort into cutting 15 boards of a certain length, and then I, you know, did this, that, and the other with them, and I'm on to the next portion of the project so it's going to speed up your progress, especially like if you're making yourself a dwelling or something like that. That would be handy. But they're saying that metadata shows that the video, the new forensic analysis reveals that the FBI's so-called raw Jeffrey Epstein prison footage was likely altered. Metadata shows the video wasn't a straight pull from the prison surveillance system. It was edited, possibly using Adobe Premiere Pro.
Well, that video you show had an editing bar in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I recognized it immediately too. As soon as it popped on the screen,
like,
I was like, freaking editing bar.
Yeah. I'll tell you, the thing that got me is the way that thing changed size at that cut. It was like it totally changed size. You know, it was like, oh, okay, what are we doing here?
They hacked that thing together quick. Bam, bam, bam.
And see, it says metadata shows the video wasn't a straight pull from the prison surveillance system. It was edited. Possibly, yeah, okay. So experts say it was pieced together from at least 2 separate clips, saved and exported multiple times before being uploaded to the DOJ website.
But I haven't seen anybody come out with your theory about he walked out, you know, the guy or whoever it was bringing the clothes, and then he walks out. I've only heard people just saying that he died in there. You know, I haven't heard
No.
anything on the contrary.
He ain't dead, man. Right after this fucking happened, there was a photo went around. They kept trying to scrub it off the internet. It was taken from a drone looking down from an aerial view, and he's looking up like that at the drone.
I think
Yeah,
he's
bro.
I think he's alive, and I don't think he was even in this prison or jail or whatever to begin with. But that's just my take.
He was an
Right.
asset. He was an asset.
Yeah, I mean that was suspicious because that was somebody that we had not seen at all during that whole video.
Mm-hmm.
That hulky person with the fucking hoodie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we had that one guy who went in there with carrying a bag of shit and then went back out. And so where did that guy come from? And you could tell that he was trying to conceal his identity. He's also, if you notice, most of the people that went up there, it's apparent that whoever's on the other side of that door that opens it can see what's on this camera, right? And they're able to talk to him with that phone, but by picking up that phone alerts the people on the other side of that door that there's somebody there wanting to get out. They just look at the camera. They don't even speak into the phone. You watch it, pick it up, and they just put it back down. And then the people open the door for him. That hulking guy or girl or whatever with the hoodie picked up the phone and put it up to their face like they're going to talk on it, which was abnormal from what everybody else who was familiar with that system was doing. So I noticed that, and I was like, wait a second, this is kind of fucked up. This is kind of fucked up here. So I think it's altogether possible. I think that was him, and I think that he was allowed to get away.
Yeah,
I really do. So I don't know, man. Either way, we know that what we're told is a wackadoodle story, conspiracy theory, as opposed to what the real truth is.
Mm-hmm.
Look, this is altered, they're saying. See, and that thing with that minute, that don't make no sense either. Where'd that minute go? They're trying to say that it's because the system resets itself and they always missing a minute. Well, that's a flaw in the system right there. You mean there's an entire minute where somebody can get away with doing something in and out? Minute don't seem like it's a long time, but it is. You can do a lot in 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
You really can.
Yeah. In a situation like that, time almost slows down. You know.
Sure. I'm not really buying that. Oh, no, yeah, I can't show that.
Where's the extra day, Duffy? Where's the extra minute?
I don't know. I think I would have been a pretty good detective. I really do. I'm pretty good at figuring out shit when it comes down to, who's doing what. And I love watching the body language. People don't realize I'm actually looking at beyond what they're just saying. I'm looking at what's really, what they're putting forth. And it's
I think Dick Wayne would have. He's got the name for it. Detective Wayne.
It seems like him and Wesley are fighting all the time.
Yeah. Just ignore him. He'll go away. He's like a gnat.
Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but isn't Dick Wayne the name of Robin from Batman and Robin? Isn't that his?
Well, there's Bruce Wayne.
Oh, no. That was Dick Ward.
Yeah.
No. Wait a second. No, what was his name?
Bruce Wayne. I don't remember what Robin's name is. Bruce Wayne, and I'd have to look it up. Somebody will put it in chat here in about 2 seconds.
Nobody gives a fuck about Robin. Look, Robin got Batman in all kinds of fucking trouble. Okay, that's just all there is to it. Robin was a pussy. And he always got captured by the Joker and tied up to a shark tank or some kind of shit like that. And then Batman would get lured in there to try to rescue him. It's like, fuck it. Robin, you're fired. You suck.
Robin's name was Dick Grayson.
There you go.
That's it.
Of course Dick Wayne knew it.
Dick Grayson.
He's a detective.
Oh, you guys want to see some really cool space
These diamonds are fugazi.
I think this is the ISS. This is pretty cool. Check this out.
There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a star.
Oops. I think it's so stupid. There's part of the other set. I mean, this is these guys.
They should have irrefutable evidence. It's just crazy. You know, the budget they have, if it was real, they should have irrefutable evidence that space is what they say it is. And it's just, why are we still here at this point, 2025, and here we are still questioning the same shit?
Well, here the big question that's coming out is the noticing that's going on. More and more people, and I gotta say, because of people being able to talk about it and not get beat up or not care if they get beat up, and more people listen to it. It's kind of like when there's music playing and everybody just sitting around on blankets in the park and shit. I saw this guy do this before, and this guy got up and he started dancing just by himself, you know. And after a little while, a second guy got up and started dancing, right? And a lot of people would, I don't want to be the only one. People might laugh at me or whatever. Who cares? Okay? Who cares? And so pretty soon it gets to the point where enough people start getting up to where everybody gets up and starts dancing to the music, or at least the majority of them. This is usually what it takes, you know? And so these little buzzwords and shit are coming out and people are learning about them. This is what is her name? She's a former minister, Israeli minister. Her name was Shalomit Aloni. And listen to this, what she says. And this, you'll know it's true, but this is in her own words. Listen.
People here are called anti-Semitic. When there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money and media and other things. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics, and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
People here are called
So they don't beat her. I mean, it's not like it's a big secret, and it's like she's okay to say it. She's okay to say it. See, that's the thing. Wow.
Snowman, you there? We got man on the street. Hey, ask people if it's flat or a globe. Ask people in real life if it's flat or a globe.
Yeah. Ask them if they're
Snowman.
Oh wait, that looked like cop lights, man.
There you go. Pick out somebody and ask them if it's flat or a globe.
Show us the street. Quit showing us the fucking ground. Where are you at?
Well, I know everybody here, and I don't know everybody's tolerance for being videoed. So,
gotcha.
No.
Well, you're thinking about stealing that bike, ain't you?
That's my bike, man.
Yeah.
Hey, so is it a flat Earth or a globe Earth?
It's a flat globe.
I think he's asking someone.
Yeah. Depends on what? Spectrum. Depends on where you are on the spectrum, guys.
What spectrum?
Problem, Joel.
I was thinking autistic.
Maybe.
Ask him if he feels the earth moving.
Yes, he feels like he's getting dizzy.
Ask him if he feels like he's going about 800 miles an hour.
You feel like you're going 800 miles an hour right now through space? Yeah, he says yeah.
Okay.
He's okay, man. He's talked about it before.
Probably
We've had
not
this
best.
conversation.
So so are you outside of a dispensary by any chance? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm right outside town hall. There's the Algonquin Theater, and it's like kind of like showbiz type stuff. You know, like whatever propaganda comedy people and like, you know, like all these white-haired people go to. Oh, you know what I saw the other day was a bunch of white-haired guys, white as could be, like looked like Slavic, and they were speaking Hebrew. And I go, hey, what language is that? And they just looked at me and kept talking and walked away. Right? And I'm like, well,
what were they? Were they wearing little hats of any kind?
No, golf shirts. Like they were all golf shirts. Like, you know, late 40s, early 50s, like ballers.
Huh.
Big
Wow,
sharks, whales. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well,
How
hey,
did
son, you told me to remind you about the guy that doesn't have the license.
Yeah, I'm going to bring that up just one second. This is where I'm going to segue from, too. This is great. George Carlin, man. This guy back in the day, he was the shit. Listen to this.
You don't need a formal conspiracy. Right. When interests converge, these people went to the same universities and fraternities. They're on the same boards of directors. They're in the same country clubs. They have like interests. They don't need to call a meeting. They know what's good for them, and they're getting it. And there used to be 7 oil companies. There are now 3. It will soon be 2. The things that matter in this country have been reduced in choice. There are 2 political parties. There are a handful of insurance companies. There are about 6 or 7 information things. But if you want a bagel, there are 23 flavors because you have the illusion. You have the illusion of choice. Right. You don't get the real important choice. There's no freedom of choice.
That's a great point. Right. But
You don't need.
That's it, too, man. But then you take it down to the next level. Let me get up there. I got to go to that. I came way down here. Way down. There's Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. Why do we need a Secretary of War? Are we planning on going to war? What's up with that? I saw where they said something about, they asked Netanyahu about, you know, this ceasefire and not fighting with Iran and shit, you know, and how does he think that will work out? And he says, I think it's a great excuse, a great opportunity for expansion.
Sounds about right.
I mean, what the fuck? You can't make this shit up. All right. Yeah, I got it. Damn it. I hate it when he's this small. I wish they'd make these bigger. But anyway, this is better. You can hear it anyway. Listen.
I'm a foreign national from Florida.
What?
Florida State.
Florida license? Any license in the U.S.?
No, Florida State. And so I'm actually, to let you know, I'm not engaging in the commercial use of the highways or byways, nor am I operating in a for-hire capacity. I'm a foreign national exempt from foreign law under Amendment 11 of both the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the United States of America. And I do claim my exemption.
Okay, what's your first name?
Joshua. It's my only name.
What's your last name?
No, I don't have a last name. It's Joshua.
Where'd you get this card from?
Passport. Like I said, I'm a foreign state national. What is your name?
Trooper Peterkin.
Trooper
No, state police.
Peterton?
Peterkin.
Peterkin. And I did serve in the U.S. Marine Corps. But I am retired now. Did you serve?
I did not.
You seem like the military type.
No.
Means he's very Gestapo-like.
Give me one moment, all right?
Okay. All right, now it's really the moment of truth. And why would he pull me over? It's like so much traffic coming back from the city. I guess I'll pause it while we wait. Thank you. Not even a word. Interesting. I'll be sharing this with all nationals. 5-star passport.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yep, I knew about that a long time ago, like 20 years ago. I remember there used to be a lot of Title IV stuff that I used to read a long time ago. So I know about the Universal Commercial, the UCC stuff.
And that's why.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that's why that whole thing with the real ID is a bait and switch too, because why wouldn't it just be called a real driver's license? It's like they want to give everybody a real ID because you'll be uploaded into the system.
Yep.
You know, they can check on you at any time. Then they don't have to like even necessarily pull you over or anything. They can just run your credentials that are already.
Cubby, when you go and get it, the screen that they tell you to look at when they take the picture, that does a facial scan. That's sent to a third party that stores that facial scan. Also, the ID has a chip in it. It has an RFID chip in it that they could ping, or you could swing it across the machine. That also gives them, when you use that chip, just like you do in a credit card, you're agreeing to their terms of service. That means the information that you purchased it, when you purchased it, how you purchased it, what bank account it came from, what time of day. Everything, every bit of information by you even using the chip. You know what I do? I burn the chip out of it so it doesn't work. So that way you have to hand it to them physically, and they have to put the number in because it doesn't have a barcode. And they say, "Oh, just go to the your chip don't work. You're probably going to have to go get another one." I was like, "Oh yeah, sure," and I just never bother.
You know what I'm going to do? Not get one and don't talk to the cops.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the real ID. I didn't get it. The lady asked me like 5 times.
I got my driver's license. That should be good enough. I don't need to freaking,
She asked me like 5 times when I was applying and filling out the form. She asked me first, "You getting real ID?" I said, "No." I handed the form back to her. She said, "Are you sure you don't want a real ID?" I said, "No, I don't want a real ID." Then the lady walked back over to me again and said, "You know that the real ID is also a passport." And a passport. And I said, "No, I'm not going anywhere." Then when I walked up to hand the form to the lady when she took my picture, she asked me if it was a real ID. That's how many times they were asking me. They were pushing so hard to get me that real ID. I was like, "No, why would I want to give you my email and my phone number and all this other crap that's unnecessary to give to you to do the exact same thing?"
They're gonna that's gonna be fed into that central database. This is all Palantir is gonna need, right? You got your real ID shit, like they said, a scan of your face. So there's your facial recognition. You got these drones patrolling all over. All they have to do is just have that shit fed into the surveillance cameras, the drones. They can have a drone. Okay, all drones ordered to, when you see this guy, kill him or whatever, or hunt him down.
And that'll be also how you get your social credit and how many central bank, central, I'm trying to say.
Every time you drive past
central bank,
digital currency. Sorry.
Yeah.
Every time you drive past a license plate camera, you know how they have the cameras on the cop cars now that have the license plate readers. That Every time a car drives by, it takes a screenshot and sends that info to another company that stores it. So that way, if anything ever happens, or if you say, oh, I'm coming from a friend's house, and you lie, they can go through and find every single piece of snapshot data from the street cameras and from those license plate readers and find out every single place that you've been and you've traveled. And that data...
Sorry.
I was just going to say, and all that data is they're making those data centers to integrate all that stuff to find out what you bought, where you bought it, when you were, how much money, where it came from, where you traveled from, where you're going.
Plus, you got a cell phone,
Yep.
That's got all your information in
They
it too, and it tracks you. And like Brad and Tasha was saying, it says I have to get my CDL renewed in November, and I hope they don't make me switch to Smart ID or digital ID. And it's like, honestly, I'm curious if at some point that so many people don't want to get it that just when you go to renew, they just automatically make it that. That's kind of where I think.
Yeah, it's not far away, because you remember when the first time when that lady asked me, that was brand new. That was 4 years ago. So they were pushing hard, even right at the beginning, to try to get people to sign up for it. And of course, nobody knew what the hell they were signing up for, of course, because they just don't. The average person doesn't have any mindset about this stuff. They just think, oh, it's more convenient. Okay, yeah, it's got my phone number and my this and that. And people will just sign up for it.
It's just crazy to me. It's like, why do I have to prove more of myself that I'm a citizen when you're letting all these people in this country that you don't even care if they got any ID, but I have to prove that I've been here my whole life.
Yeah, just chip me.
I got pulled over one time and the cop says, can you identify yourself? And I looked in the side mirror and I said, yeah, that's me right there.
That's awesome. That's a good one.
Oh man, they don't. I mean, where are you going? That way, man.
Yeah, right.
My car is pointed, motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
Where'd you come from that way?
Obviously that way. You were behind me. Where'd you come from?
Right. Yeah, where you been? Let's start asking you questions.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Always don't ever answer questions. If you're going to say anything, be asking questions. Yeah. And that's the ticket right there.
My old dirtbag lawyer.
Nothing. They're not going to, the more you talk to those motherfuckers, the more they're trying to build a case against you.
Yeah.
They're trying to trip you up on something to get you fucking hung up on something. That's all. Just don't talk to them.
They fish. But if you don't say anything at all, then they're just going to come up with the same conclusion anyway. But my scummy lawyer that I had in the 1990s told me, just give them the information that you're legally allowed and say, I'm not going to say anything further, and that's it.
Right.
And that's kind of what I've always done.
It's like, okay, so they pull you over and they say, I need your license and registration. Okay, so you give them those documents. Oh, you don't even really have to give them to them. You just have to display it to them.
Yes.
Okay. But in any case, most people just give it to them, right? Then they're going to ask you, is this your current address? Or what's your address? They ask you what's your address. It's there on the license. Is this your current address? It's on the license. You have the license. And, because what they're trying to do is go, like if you moved from another place or something like that, and then trying to build up some kind of fucking suspicion on you and then start tripping you up on stuff, fishing. Don't ever talk to them. They're not your friends. They're not good people.
They're there to make money. So the way they look at it is, they're the hammer and you're the nail. That's how they look at themselves. So I just give them what they, what I'm legally, what I legally have to give them. And from there, it's not like it's a buddy. So I'm not talking to you. That's it. If they start saying, hey, where you going? Well, I'm going where I want to go. They say,
they try to trick you into your fucking ID.
Yeah.
They try to trick you into your ID. You do not have to give them any ID unless they have reasonable, articulatable suspicion that you have committed, are committing, or are about to commit a crime.
Bingo.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Reasonably articulatable suspicion, not just suspicion. Not like, well, how do I know you didn't just serial kill a whole bunch of people and dump their bodies?
Excuse me.
Yeah. And that's like, that's not good enough. That's not good enough right there.
Yeah, it's like that one guy you said that he's like, am I being detained? You know, am I being detained? Am I under arrest? Right. So
right. And if I'm not, then why am I not free to go? You know, you have to have some reason to detain me. And then even then, under detainment, I can just invoke the Fifth Amendment. You still don't have a right to really identify me.
You never have to participate in their investigation ever.
That's right. That's right.
Ever. All you have to say is, I'm going to plead my fifth, and I'm not saying anything. And no matter what they ask you, just say, no, not interested, not answering.
I don't consent to any searches or seizures.
Yep.
Yeah. Just tell them you're Biden's doctor and plead the fifth.
There you go. No shit. Until I can tell the cop I saw you on Hillary's death list. You're gonna die. What are they doing, these people? We're still wondering, man, what's going on with where are they doing with all the fucking dead people, man? Where are they going? It's in the McDonald's, bro. I'm telling you, listen, this is for real.
It's a good thing I don't eat there.
Listen to this.
Part of that investigation, is that winding down at all yet?
I don't know.
It is indeed, Jeff.
It's low.
Live look behind me. This is what's left of the FBI evidence recovery team inside this car. And take a look at this vehicle. We believe this is the owner of the business just returning to take back possession of his business. More on that in a second. But take a look. Another busy day out here on Detroit's east side.
Detroit.
Down the road from City Airport, sources say they have removed several boxes of what is believed to be human remains. Sources say many, many people. This was a big operation. And get this, inside this business, a saw used to cut up bodies, it is believed, all taken away as evidence to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office where it will be tested. This business is known as International Biological. It advertised as a medical educational service provider. The owner is Art Rathburn. He has a mortician license, has had in Michigan since 1982. But the big question is, did he get human bodies illegally? And was he selling them illegally? Just moments ago, the owner, we believe, showed up. I tried to ask him some questions. Mr. Rathburn, will you talk with us? What do you have to hide, sir? Now, sources tell me the FBI is not.
I just looked that up, stuff, and PolitiFact, I know is probably not the greatest source, but PolitiFact is also saying that at a meat supply of read text over several Instagram videos from September 27th to 29th that show a television news reporter appearing to break news about an FBI recovering evidence of human remains, saying that's faked.
It's fake?
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, it's PolitiFact.
Yeah,
PolitiFact's probably fake.
Listen, they've been throwing it in your face your whole life. Look, right? Come on. They've been putting it right in your face the whole time. That was my reply to that tweet. I put that picture up.
Damn you, Mayor McCheese. Damn you.
McCheese, yeah.
But there they are in a cage inside a hamburger. That's fucked up.
That was the Hamburglar.
You remember that was the Tesla fucker? Yeah.
No, that was Mayor McCheese.
Mm-hmm.
There was another hamburger character too, though, that he looked like a hamburger.
Yeah, the Hamburglar.
That was the Hamburglar. The Hamburglar was the one with the black and white.
Yeah.
Mayor McCheese was the hamburger, and then it was Grimace. Grimace was the purple, yeah, the purple thing that looked like a candy corn.
Wasn't there a cop that looked like a hamburger?
I think that Mayor McCheese looked like the cop, but
wait a second, no, because I remember he had like a bobby hat, right? You guys remember that?
Yeah, I think that was Mayor McCheese, but I could be wrong. I'm looking up the characters.
Cubby's gonna find. He's gonna find it, man. Watch.
and Ronald was Epstein.
Oh man!
There you go, Saab. It's over in private chat.
Oh, you beat me to it.
That's the last link. There's all of the characters.
this Miro medium.
Freaking bumped him.
Yeah.
There's some pirate with a freaking.
It says image not found.
Really?
Oh, because I got to copy the whole thing. That's why. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I got it. Hold on.
Yeah, Mayor McCheese looked like the cop.
Yeah. Well, no, Mayor McCheese was the one with the top hat.
There was two hamburger characters. See, that's what I was saying. Let me bring this up for you.
Yeah, the one that looks like a cop and has a bobby is Mayor McCheese. I don't know why.
Come on, man. They're trying to give me some kind of
no, I'm wrong.
Mandela effect here or something, man.
I'm wrong. You're right.
Okay. So here's what we was looking at right here.
Yep, I'm wrong.
This is the one guy here on the right, all the way on the right. That's the guy I was talking about.
Yeah.
And then there's Mayor McCheese back there. I knew he had a little top hat.
Yep.
But I guess he's a double cheeseburger, right? Is the cop.
Yeah.
But the mayor, he's only a regular cheeseburger. So, looks to me like the cops actually outrank the fucking mayor. You know what I'm saying?
Officer Big Mac was his name. So
okay,
he's a Big Mac.
You had the Fry guys, the Hamburglar. I understand his character. He was there to steal hamburgers, and he was always getting caught by this cop.
Who the hell's the pirate?
Okay, that was the
Captain Crook.
Yeah, Captain Crook, and it was for the fish fillets, for the filet-o-fish, McFish or whatever.
And there's Birdie.
Okay, so what was Grimace actually supposed to be?
It says a purple, furry, and playful character who represents the McDonald's brand, and that's it.
Okay, all right. And who's this character here?
It was Grimace the Shake. I think maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe Grimace.
What's this guy all about?
Which one?
The guy with the beard and the glasses down here, up above the Fry guys.
Glasses.
See, this is back when McDonald's was fun. You remember? When you was kids and shit, and they had, it was geared toward kids, right? Mm-hmm. Well, diabolically so, as we find out later. But I mean, now you look at it, it looks like a sterile institution of some kind.
Remember Mac Moon? We forgot about Mac Moon.
Oh, Mac the Night. I remember that. They used to Mac the Night. Mac Tonight. Yeah.
There was a birdie. There was a bird one.
Remember they gave away the fucking sunglasses there too, man, at McDonald's.
There was a bird one too called Birdie the Early Bird.
Yeah. Boy, we went deep into this.
Wow, really, man. Exploring our childhood memories of the McDonald's characters. All right, only on Sav's Place. Remember that too, okay? So we delve deep into the McDonald's conspiracy, we know. But, also we do a lot of stuff on here, man. We talk about everything. And I thought this was pretty good. I found this on Flat Earth Library.
We dabble.
We dabble. We get into the higher minded things like McDonald's characters and shit. This is what happens when you let me loose on the internet smoking dope and having fun with my friends and shit.
What happens when you dip the fries in the shit?
Let me go one step further. They even modified Grimace to celebrate the Shamrock Shake and turned him green.
Yeah.
Made him carry a shillelagh, and he had a green hat. Shamrocks. Oh,
but he was some kind of almost like a shmoo.
The other guy that you put there, the guy with the glasses, that was the professor.
The mad professor.
What was his deal? I don't remember him.
Shifting gears, Happy Meal. We meet the
making
professor.
Up all the concoctions.
Wasn't just any ordinary resident. Pictured a bearded scientist bursting with ideas and inventions. That's it. Says his lab was a playground. I don't know what all this shit is.
He was trying to make the new value meals.
Yeah.
Which toy should go in the Happy Meal?
By the looks of him, I don't think he should be around children. I mean, he just kind of looks a little bit creepy to be around kids. The rest of them things are rather friendly. Hamburglar's a little kind of frightening. you know, to a small child, I guess. But once you understand he's a bumbling idiot.
Wobble, wobble, wobble.
Yeah. But I mean, think about that. Everybody goes after, you know, Pennywise, the clown from It, you know? Well, he ain't got shit on Ronald McDonald. Look how many fucking kids that guy's killed, man. Think about it.
Didn't right? You know,
Yeah.
another thing I just thought about, you know, how nowadays anybody can be anything. You can be whatever gender you want. You remember when you went to get a Happy Meal? Is you want a boy toy or a girl toy?
Yeah.
You know, do they do that? No. Do
Yes,
you want a they
no.
them toy? Do you want a he she toy? You want
Lisa
a
Marie.
Brenda toy? Like, what do you want?
Lisa's like, I learned so much from this.
Hold up. Here's one of the Happy Meal toys.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta have the donut in the shoe. The fuck? Oh my god.
Fucking outrageous, man. That is.
I know when my mother left me from the house, she never said, "Here, take this donut and one shoe. You might need them."
Brad and Tasha had a message you wanted you to see. Apparently.
Where was it? Let me see.
Something about.
All right, hang on. I'm trying to keep up. I am.
It's hard.
Canada just locked up a journalist for anti-Semitic because he was exposing the evil.
Oh, is this the one right here? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yep, that's him. Kyle. He's facing minimum 2 years in prison for anti-Semitism. Ain't right. We just left the enemy. Lock up a good man like that for exposing the enemy. You know, well, what do we do? That's what I'm saying. Look, this is my whole thing. Is people need to realize that. Oh, here's another picture too. Hang on. Let's see what this is. You're not gonna ever vote your fucking way out of this shit, man. You know, that's just not gonna happen. So I don't know what solution that leaves. You know? Oh, that's the same picture I had. Hold on.
I'll tell you now, Sav. I got some friends in Canada that I talk to almost on a daily, and they're starting to realize how screwed they are with all of the green taxes that are coming up by 2030. 1,000% it's going to go up. They have crazy housing crisis. They have a crazy housing crisis, and they're predicting that they're going to bring in another 10 million people into Canada, and not one of them is mentioning that they don't want people to have kids in Canada. They're going to import people into Canada, and they've already got a huge Indian and Chinese population starting to come into Canada. So Canada's going to be in big trouble.
See what Lisa said. She passed one on the trail in the drive yesterday up on the park. Yeah, listen, that place is a haven for those people. It always has been, man. When I worked up there, they had like it was all the time. There was these two. When I first moved here, man, I first came here in 1996. Yeah, I came here January 1996. And soon after I got up here, there was these hiker girls, I guess. They were camping and they got murdered up there on the park. And they were looking for who it was. And I remember they was lesbians. And I worked up there at the lodge. And man, there was a lot of lesbians, a lot of homos and stuff that worked there at the lodge. Couldn't believe it. Had this one guy, he had to take medication, you know, because he was a little bipolar or whatnot. But as long as he was on his medication, he was all right. As long as he didn't drink. Well, therein run the problem. And this guy, I didn't know, he seemed like a pretty nice guy. This guy, Lewis, the gay waiter, as I later knew. Yeah, this guy, he's sitting there and we're talking one night after work. See, they got dorms up there you can stay in. And so, like, I had my own dorm, my own cabin. And I'm in there and he's sitting in there talking to me and shit. And he says, after just out of nowhere, he just looks at me and he says, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." He says, "Can I suck your..." And I was like, "No, and if you ever ask me that again, I'm going to punch you in the fucking eye." I'm for real. I was just like, it just took me back. Like, I was like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah.
But it was funny because there on the last day of the season, we are only open till lunch, till after lunch, and then they close down for the winter. And we were working, and Lewis, the gay waiter, had gotten into the wine cabinet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And well, prior to this, he got up there after drinking a little bit of wine and his medication, and there was this heavy set woman who was sitting at this table, and he said to her, she says, "Can I see a dessert menu?" And he said, "No." And she goes, "Why not?" And he goes, "Because you're fat. You don't need dessert."
Jesus. Good Lord. Oh, man.
But I mean, that was just one incident, but it was really funny. The very last day there, it was busy, you know, a lot of people checking out and everything. So the breakfast was like a madhouse, but it was good coin, man. It was great coin. And so I went back and I'm smoking a cigarette back there in the break room. And there's this waitress standing there, sitting there next to me. And there's Lewis. He's about half fucked up, man. And he's got his head laying down on the fucking table. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he stands up and he's got his pants down around his knees. And he points at us and says, "Nobody does a fucking thing around here without me saying it's okay." And sat back down and fucking collapsed on the table. I was like, oh, shit. So I had to go get the fucking manager. I'm like, look, somebody's going to have to take his tables. There's no way this motherfucker's going to be able to serve his tables. We got to cover that shit, man. What's up? But yeah, when he wasn't fucked up, man, he was a top notch, like class A waiter. But man, a couple times, man, he'd fall off the rails and they'd have to, you know, take him down the mountain and get him regulated again. They bring him back. Every time. There was people that actually request him, you know. He was a crazy motherfucker, though, boy. I'll tell you what. Crazy as hell. Wow. So a little flat earth shit tonight. What the fuck, just for a minute. I thought this was pretty good. Y'all might enjoy this. And look here. Once again, I don't have it shared because I'm an amateur. That's okay.
Reminded me of this kid that went to my school. That he was, you know, back in the day, I went to a smaller school, and when I went to high school, right, and back then, you know, everybody was still in the closet for the most part, but there's this one kid, Russell, you know, he is very much out in the open, but I always called him Russell the Love Muscle. He was cool though. He you know, he was cool with it. Everybody actually called him that. It wasn't like a big deal, you know. Nobody made a big thing of it. It wasn't like nowadays. If you said something like that, he'd freak out, and it's like, oh man, you can't say that.
Yeah,
there was a few guys that now as I look back, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. You know, that I didn't really suspect of it because we just weren't exposed to it that much. I mean, the closest we ever came to a gay guy that we knew was watching Soap, which was this TV show that was done kind of like a soap opera, but it was funnier than hell. And it was Billy Crystal. And I think he played the first openly gay character on a sitcom, and they're in the 70s. Oh my God, Soap was funny as shit, man. That show was hilarious. The twisted, intertwined drama that they had sewed in of these two highly dysfunctional families, two ends of the spectrum, one rich, one not rich, and they're like just full of dysfunction, the entire fucking crew. And my favorite part on that show was they had this guy Bob, Chuck and Bob, and Chuck was the guy, and he never hardly said shit. He never say hardly anything. And he had this ventriloquist dummy named Bob, and Bob would say some of the most outrageous, horrible shit, and people would react to the fucking dummy, not the guy working the dummy, like it was alive. You know, they'd start believing it. This one time, the brother, he was kind of dim-witted. He's trying to fucking strangle the doll. I mean, it's just like, but people are like that. And you can see that in the politics too. They put these puppets up there. They're doing the bidding of their master. And as soon as the people get pissed off, they don't realize that that's just the puppet. Who the fuck is running them? It ain't you and me. Especially when it comes to this turd we got now, man. This is funny as shit because he rode into fucking office on that saying, we're going to release all that. No, there is nothing to release. Oh, man, reminder, you still talking about that? What the fuck, you guys? I've provided all kinds of distractions for you, and you're still not amused. What else can I do? Dick. Sorry. On with the video.
So much winning. Yeah.
Yes, so much winning. Y'all getting tired of fucking winning? I'll tell you what. Oh, man.
Modern science wants you to believe that this is Earth's shadow coming in, doing a turn, and leaving this way. But ancient Hindu cosmology talks about Rahu and Ketu, which aren't actually planets, but balls of energy that interfere with celestial bodies as they pass over them, which actually sounds a lot like dark celestial bodies in modern science, or black holes, or dark matter. In Hindu cosmology, Rahu and Ketu is what causes our lunar and solar eclipses, which the story sounds a lot like the mystery of dark bodies we have today. I found this article on dark stars, which have similar properties of black holes. You can't actually see the star, but you can see when it passes over light. But this makes me think they know exactly what these dark stars are, as you see, acting like a stellar youth serum. What's crazy is Rahu and Ketu came from this entity who got cut in half after taking some Amrita and becoming immortal, and then became Rahu and Ketu. Amrita is an elixir, a potion, a youth serum. And look what I found in this article of the dark stars. Read this. Acting like a stellar youth serum. So do they know what's going on? Is the study of dark celestial bodies and dark matter really the study of Rahu and Ketu? I've watched Globers try to steelman the Selenilian eclipse, which is called the impossible eclipse because it's when the sun and the moon both are above Earth's horizon. They try to say that really the sun is down here, but it just looks like it's up here like a mirage. But how is an illusion casting light onto the Earth? I don't know. This is their explanation. Or this is their explanation. They say that you're actually 5,000 feet tall and you can really see. Look, if the Earth and moon are just above Earth's horizon, there's no way to cast a shadow onto the moon. I want to thank Angel of Light for the awesome lunar eclipse footage, and thank David Shane for showing me who Rahu and Ketu was. It set me on this path, finding all these links. Wow.
I've heard about that before, you know, and I'm kind of down with that whole idea, you know. We don't know what the fuck we're seeing.
When it comes down to it, yeah.
No, I mean, it's like outside of it being, you know, that's why I say it doesn't belong in the realm of science, not even close. It can't be. No, all you can do is observe. You know, you can get some kind of guesstimations and some ideas, but at the end of the day, you really don't know.
Observe and test. That's all you can do.
Like, I've got this idea, man, and I don't know. People can say, "Well, you're wackadoodle" or whatever else, but I don't give a fuck. You know, I think that this thing works kind of like how magnetic induction burner works. You know, and that the positive electromagnetic energy from the sun doesn't so much come at us as heat, but as energy that is reacting with the plate of the earth. Let's face it, every mineral known to man is in the earth, and God knows what's down below 8 miles. And I think that this is why you always see the heat rising up. It's colder as you rise in altitude, which would be like the opposite of what you would get, I think, from a heat source at a high altitude. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Kind of like when it's touching, it's hot. and then when you take it off, it cools instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you could, instead of having a rheostat, have you ever seen a magnetic induction burner? Have you ever seen one? Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of having a rheostat or an adjustment from high to low, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do it with the distance, because as you go a distance from the thing, if it didn't shut off like they do, but I mean, you've got enough of a energy source there that to diminish it, you take it a certain degree away, it goes down, and when you get closer, it gets more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think it works somewhat like that, maybe in the opposite direction.
Soph, look at that picture I put in private chat.
We're on the pan,
Mm-hmm.
and the induction source is above us, maybe operating in conjunction with something underneath of us. There's a lot of depictions of there being some kind of a black sun with it underneath. I don't know, man. What was it? Look at what?
Look at that last link I put in there.
Oh, okay.
The anode diode with the sun, the salt bridge.
The PBS one?
Yeah.
And nonetheless, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
and nonetheless, everything's worth looking into just to, to kind of, get,
Yeah, I mean, who can really say, oh, you know why that's so big? Okay.
Modern science wants you to believe that
I had
shadow.
I had it blowed up so the folks at home could read the
It's when you instantaneously dismiss something that makes me want to look into it,
Yeah.
Because it's like, why? Well, why can't I just look?
Oh, yeah. This thing. I don't want to have a group. Stop that. Stop trying to group things. Oh, wow. There's my pictures from Death Valley. These are really cool. I'll show them to you here in just a minute. Let me stop that. They changed the layout at the bottom of the screen where you control your camera, your microphone, share screen, all that shit. All the words are gone now. I don't know why they fucking did that.
Yeah, it changed on my end too. It's the same but different a little bit, like the characters.
There you go, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It all works. Look, this thing's a perfect machine created by God, man. It's by God. And this is the thing that gets, I'm sorry, there's a lot of people, but, no. There's no way this fucking thing came about by accident. We're not buying this story y'all got about having some weird fucking explosion that took place out of nothingness and just randomly happened out that we ended up where we are and in a perfect environment suited perfectly for our needs.
Yeah, we live in it.
Yeah.
And we live in it.
Yeah, man. Look, you're in a fucking terrarium that was built specifically for you.
Bingo.
And how many people just take time to appreciate that fact, man? Think about that. There's built this really cool fucking terrarium with everything you need inside of it, the tools to be able to do what you need to within it, and you don't.
Yeah.
You don't appreciate it. You really don't. You just go about and fuck stuff up, throw stuff on the ground, out of my sight, out of my mind. Don't take into account what it does to the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Everybody's got their face buried in a phone. It's like you don't go out and just enjoy what God's given to you on this planet, man. Like there's so much out there that you could be enjoying.
It's nobody has any gratitude. That's the whole thing. And they're always looking for the next best gadget or whatever. And it's like, golly, got people convinced that, wow, this place sucks. We got to go to some other place. Where did I see somewhere on Twitter, this young girl's going to go. She's training to go to Mars and she's not coming back. And I'm like, what the fuck are you going to do? You're a young girl.
Make sure you take
what are you going to do once you get there? After, what are you taking a bunch of DVDs with you? What are you going to do while you're up there? Or out there, or on there, or whatever the fuck they're calling it, You're gonna shit in a box and grow potatoes, or what? God.
One of the greatest things I ever did in my life was travel. I've seen a lot of sunsets and swam everywhere I went and camped, and I loved every minute of being out and appreciating the things around. I didn't chase a lot of money in that period, and neither did I give a shit about it. I just wanted to have a good time and see the moon and swim and climb mountains. That's what I did. Best time ever. No, wouldn't take it back for, I wouldn't swap that in for anything. All my friends just sat around in the city and didn't do shit. And I was out traveling and camping and getting my car stuck, having shit happen, living in the moment at a perfect time in your life when you're young and you're energetic and you can do anything. And my friends sat around in the city and did squat and then would make fun of me because I'd be off doing something or traveling or seeing shows or playing music or, I never understood it, why they had such a negative thing to it. And I think the only thing is that they weren't doing it. And that's the only thing I could come up with it.
I'll tell you, it's like these people, they got to have little tablets and shit to entertain their kids and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, I'll show you something. Give me 2 pieces of string. Just give me 2 pieces of string. I'm going to tie 2 loops of string in about a 2-foot diameter. Okay. Give each one of those kids, 2 kids there, give them each one of those strings. Tell them, take it out here. Let's go out here in the backyard. Here's a pencil and a paper. Okay. Now let's see who can find the most living things that are inside of that little circle that I just gave you. And they'll start looking and looking. You got them competing. But the thing that it does is kids will look at that and they'll see that how intricate life is on this earth. How much there actually is. Just within a little 2-foot diameter circle of string, you can find so many little critters, so many little different plants, so many different little bugs. All kinds of shit you'll find. And they'll each look harder and harder, and they'll start seeing that there's more and more as they look.
But it's like at Christmas time when they're really little, and they get all these presents and lots of toys and stuff, and then they open them all right. And then what do they start doing? They start playing with the box. They get all these toys for Christmas, and here they are playing with the box, using their imagination.
Yeah.
To come up with some game to do. Yet here they have all these toys that they've been given, but it's wild to me.
The two biggest
cats will do the same thing.
Yeah.
You get them some kind of toy and they'll play with the box. They'll jump inside.
But it's like before the kids grow up, and think that tech's the greatest thing they could possibly have, they just use their imagination.
Lincoln Logs and Erecta sets and Legos was my favorite thing. I could build stuff out of those and come up with me and my friend took 4,000 glow Legos, the glow in the dark ones, and we taped them everywhere, all on the ceiling, all on the walls, all around the furniture, everything, just taped them everywhere, and then went out and played basketball and came back, and waited for the sun to go down so we could. And we walked upstairs and saw it literally made you feel like you were going to fall through the floor. It made you dizzy. And that takes an imagination to think, man, let's tape them all over the place.
I remember one time I was sick and I was supposed to stay in bed. But I wanted to watch TV too, right? So what I did is I went and I took a bunch of mirrors, a whole bunch of different mirrors, and I bounced the TV from the front room into because I could hear it, but I couldn't see it. So I had like 4 mirrors set up so that I could bounce the image back down the hallway so I could see it from my bed because I could still hear it.
Let me ask you a question. Did you ever make a periscope out of cardboard?
Yeah.
I did that too. Me and my friend did it.
Yeah.
So you could look over fences and stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I knew we made periscopes. I remember we made those things to look at an eclipse with. You know, a photo obscura box.
Mm-hmm.
We made those. Kids used to do a lot more. They don't do nothing now. They just collect things.
I think some do. It's just few and far between. But yeah, it takes good parenting to raise.
Well, I think it's the focus of attention. The focus of attention was different. You didn't have all these you didn't have these electronic gadgets. I mean, so you had to use your imagination to create things to get your mind to work, to keep you out of boredom, you know. So you went and did stuff. You went and explored. You went and built goofy stuff, fake, little, clubhouses, and and I mean, we used to go around and pick through the trash just so we could see what we could find. Just wow, look at this stereo. I don't know if it works. Just
the social landscape's changed too, with a lot of social media has changed. It's put a lot of pressure on kids to, be prettier than they are or whatever.
I mean,
they've got all these standards that they've been put.
Our parents didn't have us scheduled 24 hours a day to go and do things either. I'd come home and my mom would say, go out and do something. I'm like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
We go to the park and go play ball. We'd play basketball. We'd run around and ride bikes. We'd get on the train and ride the train for hours, just ride around on the train, talk to all the hobos and winos. I mean, there was no, you had to do things to keep your mind busy. Otherwise, I mean, computers wasn't even a thing. Almost nobody had a computer in their home. I mean, if you wanted to go and do something, you went to the arcade and played an arcade game with a pinball machine. That was the only thing electronic, I think you know what I mean? When you think about it, I didn't think about going and playing the pinball machine 24 hours a day either. That was just something to do if I had a couple of quarters in my pocket,
Right. Well, see, I liked going up to the arcades when they had those back in the early 80s. We'd go up there to the arcade and shit, and there were certain games that I liked to play. But I also found out that was a great place to sell fucking joints at.
Because every kid in town was there. That's why.
Right. So yeah, it was quite a little entrepreneur.
Plus, it was a social hangout. So your friends would bring friends, and somebody bring a girl, and they would all hang.
Dude, there was cruising going on.
Yeah.
Right. So you had all the guys, in school and shit with the badass cars and stuff. They'd come through the parking lot with their music playing and shit. There's people hanging out all over the place, and every so often the cops would come in there and blast their wee once in a while, and get everybody to kind of go. But they'd always come right back or go up to the go-kart track. It was pretty wild, man.
Yeah.
It was oh my God, everybody was smoking weed.
The entertainment was different. You had drive-ins, and you had stuff.
We'd have big bonfires. We'd have big bonfire parties out in the field and shit.
Yeah,
and,
so do we.
Get like a keg of beer, and somebody would get somebody to buy a keg of beer for us. We'd have a keg of beer, and everybody out there smoking weed, and probably a lot of times dropping microdots. You remember there was these microdots of mescaline going around? That was pretty hot.
Yeah.
I'm not endorsing this, okay? So don't. I'm just saying, these are things that I did. These are
it's for entertainment purposes.
Errant youth, glorious results of a misspent youth. No, man, I wouldn't change a fucking thing.
Yeah, we had fun back then,
ride, bro. This has been a hell of a ride, dude.
I used to tell my friend all the time. He used to say, "Oh, this place is shit," or blah blah blah, or "This place sucks." I tell him, you know what? We're lucky. We're lucky. We got to see the old world before us. So when we were growing up, all of that generation before us was retiring. Into that point, all the bakeries, all the sub shops, all the the shoe fixing places, and the TV repair shops, and all these things that we saw that my friend just looked at as like some goofy shit. And I tell him, no, we're not going to see this stuff 10, 15 years from now. These people are going to be gone. You know, and I kept telling my friend, man, we're lucky. We got to see that old world shit before us. And the stuff coming is not going to be that. It's going to be way crappier. And he just look at me like, you're out of your mind, you know.
The slot car tracks.
Yeah, slot car tracks.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Tyco, remember Tyco? Tyco cars.
Listen, there was these places that these kids would go to that all like around through Pontiac and Drayton Plains and shit there near where I grew up. And they have these big, huge, it's like in this room, like in a store size place, right? And they got this racetrack all set up. And they'd come in there and they'd pay a certain amount of money and be able to race their car on the track. And yeah, it was really quite the activity going slot car racing, man. I remember my cousin was.
They were huge. Those tracks were big.
Yeah, they were. They were gigantic, wide too. You get about 5 or 6 cars on it.
I did slot car racing, real ones.
Did you?
Yep. I did it in. Oh man, I want to say late 80s. I did RC cars too. I had RC cars.
So were you at the one? Now the cars that they used, man, were about like yay big, man. You know, like from bumper to bumper, they was about this big.
Yeah, they had different scales. You could get different scales, 112
These
scale.
tracks
10
that
scale.
I'd go to my cousin with because his slot car was about like that, I guess. Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
I think it was maybe a 148 scale.
They had 8th scale and they had the 110 scale. That 8th scale. I can't remember the size. I know they had the smaller cars, which is I think the 8th scale, which is the little small ones, and they had the ones that were a little bigger with the wings on them and stuff.
Yeah. I remember getting those ones that were about this big when I was a kid. Like at Christmas time. They weren't as big as the one my cousin used to race, you know. They were small. And I remember my brother, man, right off the bat, he took the fucking trigger, hammered it down, and hit the curve.
Well,
fucking police car went flying off the goddamn track and broke the window.
There you go, Sob. I threw a link in there.
They're like, you motherfucker, boy. I'll tell you what, man. This kid was bad. Is this the thing, the slot car racing? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on a second. I was going to show Stu Peters. I got a pretty interesting Stu
You brought back some memories when you said that. I was like, holy shit, I remember slot car racing.
Yeah, shit, yeah.
That's kind of a fading thing now. I haven't seen a slot car track. I mean, even a hobby shop around here is mega rare. I haven't seen one in a long time.
That's right here.
They've got some RC outdoor tracks around here. I don't
That's right here. Yeah. See, you'd sit at those little fucking tables.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
You plugged your controller into it. And,
yep. Yeah, that was something else.
The company that used to sell a lot of those is called Parma, but they're long gone. Parma.
They're out of Ohio, right?
I think so. Midwest somewhere.
Yeah, out of Parma, Ohio. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is pretty cool. That's a cool looking track too. Look at that. It goes around the curve here and up over the loop, way back into the back of the room and back around. Look at that shit. That's insane.
The RC cars that I used to buy were made in Japan by a company called Tamiya, and they used to make giant models. For about 4 or 5 years, I was big time into buying these ship models and plane models they made. They were like the most correct models that you could buy, literally, and they were expensive. They weren't cheap, but they had RC cars back in the day. I worked at a hobby shop at a mall a long time ago.
You know what? With this picture, I'm looking at this picture, and this is a really big place because that's got. It looks like there's 3 different tracks. From what I can see, the one in the back is separate. This one right here, you can see the complete track. It comes up through the tunnel, around the loop, over, back around, and then here again. And then this one back here over just above it to the right, that's another track setup. And then the one over here to the just across from that looks to be another one. There might be as many as 4 different track setups in that place.
Because
that'd be a kid's dream right there.
We used to have Tyco. Tyco was like a miniature slot car track. The cars were really small, like the size of Matchbox cars, and it was called Tyco. We used to drive them up the wall and stuff.
Oh yeah. I remember those. Let me see something here.
I remember the old Tyco, and I had trains when I was a kid too. I had N-scale trains. I had a train set in the basement. Got boring though; it was kind of slow, but it was cool building it with all the trees and all the
scenery.
Yeah. Like you put a piece of plywood on some sawhorses and painted it green, and they give you a layout you'd tack onto it, give you fake trees.
This is pretty good. You guys, I know Tucker's probably he's a gatekeeper maybe, but I tell you what, I do like listening to him say. I agree with a lot of the shit that he says. You know, maybe not his conclusions, but I gotta say that was pretty brave of him, man. Goes off and interviews not Vladimir Putin, the
Iranian president,
the Iranian guy whose name is Khomeini. Now, what I'm wondering, Ayatollah is a title.
Yeah.
The Ayatollah. Okay. But from what I understand, now, the first one I remember that was Ayatollah Khomeini. And this guy's name seems to be Khomeini. So is there any relation to it? Or I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if it's a last name or if it too is a title.
There's probably some bloodline to it or something, yeah.
Might absolutely be. Very strange. But he did that interview and caught a lot of flack for that. And he's also, I mean, he was a staunch Trump supporter, but he also, I like the fact that he calls out some bullshit. And he's asking stuff about this Epstein thing. And I thought this was pretty good, man. Check this out. Let's see. Is this the right one? No. Yeah. There we go. No. Nope. Wrong one. I got 2 tabs open.
With that that guy on that Breaking Points show or whatever.
Okay, wait a second.
I can't remember how you pronounce his name.
That was that first guy that came up. That's Stu Peters.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guy that you're gonna pull up. I think.
Oh, Turning Point.
Yeah, Is it Turning Point or Breaking Points? I think it's Breaking.
No, Turning Point USA.
No, the guy. Well, we'll see. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, I had something different. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Acceptable. And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of Intel Services, probably not American. And we have every right to ask, on whose behalf was he working? How does a guy go from being a math teacher at the Dalton School in the late 70s with no college degree to having multiple airplanes, a private island, and the largest residential house in Manhattan? Where did all the money come from? And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There is nothing hateful about saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA. That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things, murdered a bunch of people, participated in the murder of a sitting U.S. president. It's got a whole trail of crimes. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any sense. I was born here. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I love this country. That's why I live here. So criticizing the behavior of a government agency does not make you a hater. It makes you a free person. It makes you a citizen. You're allowed to do that because you're not a slave. You're a citizen. And you have a right to expect that your government will not act against your interests, and you have a right to demand that foreign governments not be allowed to act against your interests. That's not creepy. It shouldn't be forbidden. And yet all of us have trained ourselves to believe that you can't say that somehow, that that's like too naughty and forbidden. And the effect of making that off limits has been to create a lot of resentment, and I'll say it, hate online, where people feel like they can't just say, like, what the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of a foreign government? By the way, every single person in Washington, D.C. thinks that. I've never met anyone who doesn't think that. I don't know any of them that hate Israel, but no one feels they can say that. Why? And I think the longer that we play along with it, the more subterranean and creepy and hateful the conversation actually becomes. So I think it's better just to say it right out loud. Did this happen? And of course, that question has been asked to the government of Israel, and their answer is, we're not going to tell you. And I think our answer should be, no. As long as we're sending you money, if you were committing crimes on our soil, we have an absolute right to know, did you do this or not? And yet everybody has been so brainwashed into thinking that's somehow an expression of hate or bigotry, when it's not. It's a baseline question that every U.S. citizen has a right to an answer on. What the hell was this? And by the way, if it turns out that it was nothing.
I think he got cut off right there. But I mean, he's right. People are to a point where they are so feared, or they at least they were, of being called, anti-Semitic or whatever shit, that they wouldn't even use the word Jew. They'd say it like a whisper. You shouldn't have to do that. And it's not about Jews. It's about Israel. It's a foreign country. It's like I said, like I showed that thing earlier. What if I told you all this stuff was controlled by the Chinese? What would you think then?
Yeah.
Does that mean you're not going to go down to your favorite Chinese food restaurant or whatever? No, we're talking about the government of China. Okay? That they have this influence. So what the hell? What the fuck is this dual citizenship, man? Pick a side. If you're going to play that game, pick a side. What about poly citizenship? Can you have that?
Maybe in Utah.
All right, yeah. I mean, have citizenship to about 18 different fucking countries,
I'm recognized as a citizenship.
Yeah. Just do that. I agree. I second the motion. All in favor? Aye. Vote carries. Democracy.
It is a bit ironic, though, where he's speaking, that it's Turning Point USA, which is also the PragerU involvement. It's all kind of, I don't know.
I know. And PragerU is like such a staunch supporter of that little despotic nation.
Yeah, right.
Nation, country. They're not a nation.
They don't have a capital, huh?
Who, Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerusalem?
No, Tel Aviv.
Oh, that's right. No. That's where they put the embassy, sorry.
Mm-hmm. That's why it was that was a pretty ballsy move to move the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. That's like, what? That's not the capital.
Yeah.
Whatever. They play their games. I watch them and I laugh at them and we have fun.
In 67,
she's been here a little while.
In 67, they merged East with West Jerusalem by extending the municipality boundary of the city. Canadian Knesset passed the Jerusalem law, Canadian Basic Law, which declared Jerusalem the unified capital. Okay.
Well, that was the same thing. What are you doing? Am I in the middle of a loop? I am.
Uh-oh. How do you get out?
Oh, man, no, I was looking for something. I forgot I had 2 tabs open, right? I was scrolling on that tab. Anyway, Stu Peters. Well, I got the wrong one again. Let me stop that. Bring up this, share screen. This is the one. We were going to have it before, and we forgot about it.
There's a precedent for this. It's called due process. It's called the rule of law. It's not called amending the Constitution. It's called enforcing the Constitution and every other law that we have here. Isn't that a hill that we can all die on? You don't rape kids. You don't traffic kids. You don't indiscriminately blow up kids. You don't bomb their schools and their hospitals and their libraries and entire rows of residential housing. You don't do that. And if you do, you get put on trial and you are executed for crimes against humanity when you're found guilty. 350 million people in this country can't agree that that's a hill that we should all die on. You're not allowed to rape our kids. You want to talk about regime change? We need it right here. You want to talk about a war against a criminal government? That's right here. We are the leading #1 state sponsor in terror. We are the demonic oppressors of the entire world, the axis of evil. They're all right here. They're all right here in Washington, D.C. You have confronted them, Frankie, in Washington, D.C., with a microphone and a camera on their face, just simply asking them, who do you care about more? The foreign secular homosexual nation state, the safe haven for pedophiles, or the American people in America? You're an American United States congressperson. That should be a really easy answer to give, but do they give it? No. They walk away from you with arrogance and hubris. They won't even answer to the American people. They don't have town halls. They don't respond to emails. They don't respond to phone calls. They don't read the bills that they claim to be passing because they're being passed by Israel, by the little Jew man in the corner. Thomas Massey's wife got clipped because he went on Tucker Carlson and told the world exactly that, and he wasn't lying. And now, what has Trump done? Put a casting call out in Kentucky. AIPAC will fund this opponent by millions of dollars to primary Massey, get him out of here. Nobody will ever hear from him again. He'll end up mysteriously dead as well. These people are demonic and they are sick. They are satanic. The people that they are serving are demonic and sick and satanic and pedophilic. Our Constitution tells us what to do. The people who founded this country, by the way, via blood and sacrifice and death, that's where it comes from. Death or liberty. Give me liberty or give me death. Yeah, that's literal. Give me liberty or give me death. I am willing to sacrifice my life for my country. I am willing to sacrifice my life for my kids. I don't want my kids getting raped by my government. Literally. I don't want my kids going to school and being groomed by their communist pedophile teachers to normalize a sexual relationship between my sons and grown men. I don't want them going to their school libraries and going to the bookshelf and finding training manuals. I don't want Weimar 2.0 conditions in my country. And the people who founded this country based on blood and bombs and bullets and sacrifice and death and the rape of their women and the sacrifices, leaving them alone, not having any idea what they were going to come back to when they left the battlefield, if they made it off the battlefield. Those were real soldiers. Those weren't like J.D. Vance. They were real soldiers, not war correspondents perpetuating lies from some fake place like Geraldo Rivera. The whole system is fake. It's all fake. And those people told us that when your government becomes oppressive to your God-given, inherent, inalienable rights, you tear it down and replace it with one that's representative of the people. That's what we need to do.
Wow. Wow.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Right? I mean, come on, man. Come on. This is a lot of people talking like that, man. It's like I'm not the only one saying this. There is no political solution to this. You're not going to fucking vote your way out of that. You see that. You tried that. What? This guy was going to take care of all that shit, right? How those Q-tards doing with it now? There's a bunch of those stupid motherfuckers are out there going, oh, yeah, man, he's using it to blackmail the deep state to put through his economic policies. What the fuck are you talking about? He just passed his big, beautiful bill. He don't even know that. Shut the hell up. Everybody up there. Everybody up there, all of them.
And how does adding more money to the debt somehow gonna make it, yeah. So adding more money to the debt is gonna somehow, cut taxes, and it's also gonna, relieve the debt. I don't understand that, but I guess I'm just not economically smart. But
listen, man, it's just a bunch of fucking smoke and mirrors. No ways around it. That's all it is. It's just smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. You know, it ain't got nothing to do with it. You know, it's just he's just putting through what he's supposed to do and disregarding the shit he's supposed to disregard. He's just looking like he's in charge. He's not. And he's a snaky motherfucker. He's a snaky fucking guy. The way I'm hearing these stories out of Epstein's own mouth about how he operates, plays both ends against the middle. I've been watching this, some of these of this, what was his name? Michael Wolff. He's been releasing a bunch of these audio tapes of him interviewing Epstein, and Epstein talking about how Trump operates, how he blackmails his friends into being able to sleep with their wives and shit. And it's like, dude, he's a real fucking dirtbag, man. Birds of a feather, man. Birds of a feather.
Whole network.
Like you don't never know him. Like he never knew him or nothing. Come on, fucker.
They're all Epstein. I mean,
they are
down to it.
Like Spartacus.
Yeah,
like Spartacus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Canada had Peter Nygod. Peter Nygod was banging up black chicks from Africa. So he was banging up the chicks to create his babies. Then he was paying them to abort the kids so that they could pull the stem cells out so they could inject it into him so that he could live longer.
No, hey.
That's how messed up that was. And he was talking about it on video, telling people he was doing it, and the Canadian government did nothing about it. Then he got caught. Then he went to jail, and they said within 2 years he must have aged 20 years because he wasn't getting the, his whatever. They said he was like in his 60s when he got busted, and he didn't look like he was in his 60s. So he was dipping into the, I'm going to live forever tree. Right.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's so much of that. I mean, it's like going all the way back. I'm serious. I think there's fucking vampires. I think these people are truly vampires. They literally might be vampires. And you got to think about that too. That's another thing too. Think about all the blood that's donated around the world daily. And this is a commodity. They're not like they're running out. They've got a surplus that they have to keep this surplus. And it's a product that only will last a certain amount of time. So they have to dispose of this shit somehow, somewhere, right? Where the fuck is it all going?
Look at Planned Parenthood.
No, I mean, think about that. The blood bank might actually be a place where these motherfuckers go there and get themselves like a grocery store or something, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that they're hell bent to live forever. I think that's what it is. I think that they just think that they can live forever if they can just do these things, that they'll live longer and they'll outlast everybody and they'll have an upside to become more rich and more powerful. Like the other guy who had the freaking 16 friggin' heart transplants.
Who the fuck wants to live forever?
Jared Kushner.
God, man.
Jared Kushner said that. He said, I want to live forever.
I would never want to live forever. I'm going to bring up Rasta Bear here in a minute. And all right.
Rasta.
There he is. What's happening, Rasta?
How do you do?
And then I want to show you guys, because we're going to be coming to a time possibly like it might be like Mad Max or whatever else like that, man. And you're going to have to learn how to defend yourself. And what better way to do that than with a self-defense expert? I want you to watch this, guy.
De un ataque con cuchillo. Él va a ser el que me va a atacar. Por supuesto, yo voy a ser el que se va a defender. Sí, del ataque con cuchillo. El primer ataque, yo bloqueo. Ahora, te voy a atacar. Sí, ataque. Yo bloqueo. Bloqueo, paso por abajo y ya, cruz, ahí. Ay, no, 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 no. Yo te digo cuándo atacar porque si no, no puedo decir. Pará, ataca ahora. Yo defiendo. Pará. Ay, no, te ataco. Cruz. ¿Ves? No. Atacar con cuchillo. Ahí va, defiendo con patada. Ahí. ¿En serio, gordo? Sí, déjame. Ahí, eso. Ahí. Ahora sí. Perfecto. Pará. De un ataque con cuchillo.
He's an expert. I think we should hire him.
He just keeps getting smacked in the back of the fucking head. Poor motherfucker. I'm sorry. The shit that cracks me up. I don't know if y'all got the same sense of humor or not, but damn, funny as hell. What is this again? So what's going on, Rasta?
I'll just just been watching a little bit while I've been out working and enjoying the day. Went to the river earlier and floated down it for a minute.
Nice.
It's real nice weather here today.
It keeps looking like it's gonna fucking rain like a son of a bitch, but then doesn't.
Yeah, it's supposed to get up to like 100 here next week, but that's still not very hot compared to other parts of the country there.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. We went down there and built that rail on that lady's porch, and I'll tell you what, we got done just as we started losing shade from the porch we were building on. It was perfect timing.
What kind of railing did you put on? I got to do one of those here.
It was one of those vinyl kits with with the posts, the square posts. You have to anchor it down into the concrete.
Yeah, I got to do that same thing.
Sleeve and the collar down at the foot. You put a plastic square sleeve over it.
Okay.
And then there's like these little brackets for the down that are already angled. And there's like these top rails that have holes already in them. They're metal reinforced, and they got these holes already in them for the pickets. So you got to figure where that's going to make all the pickets even. So you can't just like pull from one end and cut it a certain length. You got to figure out where those pickets are going to be and then cut it at the one end and then go from there and cut it.
I didn't know they made a kit. So I was just going to get the lumber and do it myself.
Oh yeah. No. That's these things ain't cheap, man. You're better out. You're just as well doing like that.
Yeah.
Just figure your miters, cut your bird mouths. You'll be all right.
Yeah. I figure it can't be too tricky doing that. Extending a deck. But that's
lay your board down the angle of your post as long as you have your thing set right.
Yeah.
And then all you have to do is take a framing square and measure your straight up on that angle, right? From plumb and then over horizontal from that. And that'll give you where they're going to set right on the post.
Okay. Yeah. You can do a lot with one of those little squares.
Oh yeah, man. I use that thing for all kinds of shit, including knocking down hornet nests. I got a great big one. I got a great big one about that big, like that too, that I use sometimes, like you're using real big boards or siding or some shit like that.
Nice.
That one. And then I've got a little tiny one that's only about this big that's for trim.
Nice. Yeah.
I got like every tool known.
Yeah, I've got quite the tool collection too. I keep saying I've got enough, but then I see more. And that you drive around in Portland and they have like such amazing free piles here. Like just the other day, I found a freaking DeWalt multi-tool. Like it was almost brand new in a free pile.
God bless the man that invented that thing. That is a very useful tool.
Yeah, that's
handy.
That's one of my favorites.
Yep. I wish mine had like a DeWalt does though, where it's a spring-loaded blade change. Mine's you got to take the fucking Allen screw out, and there's a collar on there.
Oh.
Sue B was asking what river I was at. I was at the Sandy River at this park I like to go to called Oxbow Park. It's like this lagoon. The water is probably like 20 feet deep where I get in, and I just I just swim in it and float down like a you know, like a quarter mile, and then get out and walk back up and do it again. And it's real nice, cold, clean water. Some of the cleanest water you'll ever get in. I'm not a big person to get in swimming pools or anything like that. I saw this video the other day of this dude like kind of washing himself standing in the swimming pool. And,
oh, I saw that. Oh my God.
And they're talking about how you need to beware of parasites because like even a lot of people even think that parasites are in the same family as demons. That sometimes these demonic possessions and stuff that people deal with, they're actually parasites that they bring into their bodies. And so I guess places like public swimming pools and places like that, there's parasites all over the place. So
the guy was washing his ass too.
Yeah, it was disgusting. Just standing right in the pool, like I just the whole thing is so gross. People have no regard for anything nice anymore. It seems like back in the day, you'd look at these old videos of people at the beach, and it was so clean and orderly. There wasn't a bunch of shit everywhere, and now you go and there's just piles of garbage everywhere you look. And I not at the river spot I go to because you have to pay. I pay $40 for like a yearly membership or a pass to get in there, or it's $5.
Is it whites only?
Yeah, I mean it definitely lowers there's actually a lot of Hispanics that go there. We've got a pretty big Hispanic population here, and so a lot of them end up going down there and
have they been doing any ICE raids up there where you live?
They have been. There's also been a lot of stupid people protesting. They just go down there and stand at the ICE building and think that it does anything good to go down there and stand in front of a federal building and yell at it. It's like I had this one guy that I was friends with. He blocked me because he was trying to encourage other people to go down there and protest. He's like, we need more protesters to get down here, and I'm like, I told him, I'm like, well, it's a nice day to go to the river. I'm like, it'd be a lot nicer just to go and do that. I'm like, what do you expect to accomplish by going down there and standing in front of a building, other than, just getting on some list or whatever else? A lot of this.
It sounds like you remember in Cheech and Chong, he says, "Oh, what I did on my summer vacation, I went out to find a job." And I hung out in front of the drugstore all day.
Yeah, I mean it's so ridiculous because you can see the tension is rising for something similar to like a George Floyd type, summer madness between the ICE and the and the people who are against the raids, which I don't get a lot of it, because they are busting a lot of horrible people and criminals, and all these people, they didn't come here legally to begin with. I do feel sorry for a lot of the the families and people who are very close to getting citizenship, or there are a lot of exceptions. I feel like they are going a little extreme in certain areas, but for the most part, I'm pretty okay with a lot of this roundup happening, because our country can't sustain in a way that our country.
Wouldn't you agree though that if they weren't given things, right, they wouldn't come?
Yeah.
What's the advantage of coming here to them? Free housing, free food, free medical. You understand? So it's just like the lady that complains about all the stray cats that always come into her house as she loads bags of cat food into her grocery cart. If you want the stray cats to stop coming, stop fucking feeding them. Hey, you're welcome to come here. Stay as long as you like. Look around, just like any other tourist would do. However, you don't get anything.
Yeah, exactly.
If I go to France or I go to Germany or someplace else, are they going to give me a place to live? Are they going to feed me? Are they going to give me fucking check to live on and shit like that? No, they're not going to do that.
Yeah,
why do we do that?
They're putting them up in like $500 luxury ass hotels in New York City. $500,
which absolutely are not worth the money that they charge for it. I might add, everything in New York City is overly inflated, and they jack up the price before they get a government contract like that, anyways.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind.
Plus, you need a passport or a real ID to go to another country too.
Yeah. Don't forget about that. But they're going to audit Fort Knox. They're going to count the gold in Fort Knox one of these days.
And even if you take like the QAnon perspective, because I listened to this guy, he's been doing the Q stuff for a long time. The X-22 report.
Watch out. That motherfucker says, "Oh, next week the banks are going to collapse."
Yeah,
that was going to happen tomorrow. He's been saying that fucking shit since 2014.
I was even, especially listening to it after
this. You to buy what's he selling now? Is he still selling gold, or is he selling the fucking crypto?
Some type of crypto.
That's what he's doing.
He just does like a little promo, But yeah, I was just curious to hear his take on, the whole thing with Trump and throwing the Epstein deal and, all that, because that's clearly a big show. I think that, it's going to be interesting. I'm kind of just sit back and watching it all transpire. I don't have faith in any of these people, but I do see that it's almost like a magic spell, just like phase 1 of the Epstein thing when they dropped the binders. I mean, look at what a spell is. Like it was dropped during this moon phase when it's very one of the most prime times to cast a spell.
But it didn't work. It didn't work.
It did.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't, because everybody pointed out immediately. Look at who got the fucking things. Right off the bat, they were picking that apart, and all we got was the same old fucking redacted bullshit.
But see, I think that was part of the spell, was to get people upset about it. And that's the thing. And then people fell for it hook, line, and sinker, because it's an energy harvesting operation ultimately. And the key is
what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. They're seeing that it didn't work. It didn't work. People are just finding out all it did was wake more people up to the fucking illusion.
Well,
that's all it did. It's just like the final experiment. Wait, let me finish. Just like the final experiment, right? All it did was they shot themselves in the foot with this. Okay? Now, the only thing that they can do is distract us with something so major that's going to put this all right to the sideline. Now, what do you figure something like that could be? A war? A false flag event, perhaps, to get us into war, perpetrated by Israel and blamed on Iran? I see that coming. This is going to be the only thing that's going to even close to overshadow what the fuck is going on, because this is like nuclear.
Yeah.
People are realizing, we know why. There's a lot of the segment are going, oh my God, I got fooled. This motherfucker's on the list. That's why he's not releasing it. He's protecting these motherfuckers because he is one.
I still, I think that there's going to be more to the story. I don't know if we're ever going to.
I think he's behind the disclosure of it. Hence the reason that he told that story.
Yeah,
about the fucking snake.
Yeah,
you knew I was a snake when you took me in. Boom.
I clearly do too.
He wants this shit out there.
He very well could be the beast of Revelation, or at least like the one who's going to usher in the beast of Revelation, and that's the thing is like, regardless, I feel like, he is, he's playing his role on the world stage. And, and what's interesting too is his assassination attempt, fake ass, Ketchup Gate. The year anniversary for that is coming up in a couple days, and today they just had like the massive 911 blackout in Pennsylvania. The entire state 911 went down. For it might still even be down. And so like there's a primer event there that's getting ready. And then also somewhere else in the country today, I believe someone allegedly died of the plague in the emergency room. And so there's that too.
Well, so real quick, Sov, I threw a link in there showing that what's coming from the 2020. Hold on, Jesus, I don't know what I did with it. Hold on. Oh, shopping in 2020. If you look in private chat, that'll give you a clear indicator. Now they'll start to.
Is that the latest one? Yeah.
Well, no, it's like the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one up from the bottom.
Is that including Rogers?
Sixth one then.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the Ketchup Gate thing, though, is something that more people really need to point out. It was really disappointing, and it really showed a lot of who's really the fake infiltrators in the truth community. That when that happened, so many didn't even acknowledge that it could even possibly be fake. It was so WWE staged that and even today, like I was looking at somebody talking about it on Twitter. And then you have all these trolls that were trying to be like, how dare you? Because someone actually died there. And it's like, well, how do you know? How do you know that anyone died?
Right.
It has music in it. I would mute the sound because mute the sound and play it.
But yeah, I thought it's a sad puppy song anyways, I think.
Yeah.
Sarah McLachlan. Fuck her.
Is that person wearing a net over their head?
This is what's coming. Now they're going to...
2020, it says.
Now they're gonna start oh my god, somebody died from the plague. Everybody put a mask on. I threw that up there to remind people.
That's how I finally went grocery shopping. I got me a mosquito net for some stores, and I put it over my head.
Well, that's my favorite
place. I had a few people come up to me and say, "Where's your mask?" I just said, "Oh, I'm not in that."
I had so many meltdowns in stores, like. It was, and my poor daughter had to like stand there right by my side and watch me. Really, just it was like going to war with some of these people.
Oh, I know. I went to go in the Walmart, and I had this lady sitting there with a sanitizer and handing out masks, and I'm walking by and she reaches up and puts one of the masks in my hands. And I was like, oh, thank you. And I turned and I walked over to the trash can and I dropped it in. And I smiled and I walked in the fucking store. And I'm like, I'm not in this, man. Stop. I'm not in this. This is for you. Okay. I'm not part of your fucking little thing that whatever it is you have going on there. I'm not part of it.
Yeah, Walmart was one of the worst for sure. Like I definitely had a massive meltdown with this lady here in Portland. One of the security ladies that worked there. I'd already made it past the front door and I was just doing my shopping, and she came and confronted me in an aisle. Yeah. Tried to get me to leave, and I refused to leave. I'm like, I'm shopping. I'm like, what? You can't tell me to leave. I'm in their store.
I'm like, I'm not fucking playing this game with you all,
Yeah.
But then I moved up to Forks, Washington, up in the sticks, and there was a lot more, reserved conservative mindset up there, and it was just one of the reasons I moved up there during COVID was because it was just so refreshing. People weren't, you'd go in the stores even at the height of it, and there'd be like 50-50 people wearing masks and the other people not.
Yeah, I just blew it off. I just blew it off completely. I didn't care nothing about it. I wasn't staying in my house. I wasn't going to not go do stuff. I just did whatever the fuck I wanted to do. And anybody that told me I had to do something otherwise, I just was like, no, you're mistaken. And just go on about what I was doing. They don't know how to fucking deal with that. I wasn't going to argue with them. It's like, no, you're absolutely wrong, and I just go on and do it.
It was a crazy liability to do it because they don't know what people's if you have asthma or you have breathing problems. It was a crazy liability to do that. It was stupid.
It was.
I didn't play like I had anything wrong. I had people say, "Do you have a medical exemption?" I said, "Exemption from what? I don't have to do anything. Fuck off."
It's not law.
Yeah, it was a recommendation anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's all a mandate is a strongly worded request.
Right.
It's only valid if you comply with it.
Yep.
Well, once you agree with it, then you've complied with it.
Did you see where, like in Australia and even our country and others, like the officials, then the people in office, they weren't required to get the shots, and they weren't mandated to do any of this stuff.
But the workers were.
It finally came out that especially in Australia, where they were just like locking people up and shit. Like the Australian government didn't have to follow the same rules.
No.
Well, you know what they made me do at Walmart, man? They actually they took our temperature when we walk in the door, working there. They had a thermometer, one of those digital ones, and if we were above, normally send you home, and they would make you take a test to see if you had COVID.
Yeah, that shit was.
They did that. They did that at my work too, just to get in the doors. They had like a little staging area, and you go in there, and this little thing takes your temperature, and it's like if it was too high.
Let me ask you this: every time they took your temperature, what did that temperature thing that they used look like?
It was just a regular thermometer, like one of those infrared ones that they point at you.
Like a gun.
Yeah,
like a gun.
Got you conditioned to having a gun to your head, man.
Yep.
Oh hell! But we were in Tempe when I first started working for them, and everybody would be walking to work, and they would be coming in at 100 degrees temperature, anyways. So a lot of people would just go home like, "Bye, see ya."
Yeah,
no sense.
Any place that walked up to me if I was in there and said that I need to leave because I don't have a mask, I just got up and left, and I never went back there again. And that was it. I didn't work for a year because work was doing that. Even to get on the bus to go to work, the train, from the lot bus to get onto the property. And I got off the bus and worked the whole day. No one said a word to me. And the next week I went to get on the bus, and the guy said, "Oh, can't get on the bus. You got to have a mask." I said, "See you later."
There's still bus drivers here in this city that are driving the bus with masks on every day, and they wear these freaking the rubber gloves. Which if I'm doing work where I'm like weeding or handling something, and I wear one of those gloves, my hands get sweaty after a couple minutes of wearing those gloves. I don't know how the hell they wear those gloves all day. It's got to be so horrible for your circulation and for your just like your whole your skin, everything. It's just got to throw your whole circadian rhythm out of whack.
Yep.
Man.
Your whole we're a fine-tuned machine, or at least we're supposed to be.
Yes.
And you start tweaking it with all this, these outside elements, and it starts to really mess with you.
Yep.
I think that's the intention.
Yeah.
I really do.
I mean, there's crazy. If you just glance around on the net and just look at the death rates, the death rates are insanely high in a lot of countries. Japan, especially, South Korea, Australia. The cases of cancers and heart conditions, blood clots, stroke, heart attack. I mean, there's people that skin starts rotting. I mean, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Anybody that got those shots, I pray for those people because it's not going to be good.
And the FDA just approved more of the Moderna from age 6 till I forget what age for like high risk. And like even the X22 report, dude, he was talking about how RFK Jr. is playing, the 5D chess on.
Oh, fuck that. He is not.
There
you go.
All that Q-tard, all that Q-tard shit. Get the fuck out of here with that Q-tard bullshit, man.
Well, it's ridiculous because think about even if they do something finally down the road, think about all the people that got messed up until then. It's like
they're not doing nothing. It's like, oh no, here, just a minute, I got to kill some more people just to make it so it'll work right. You know, fuck you. You know, it comes to a point in time when you're like, okay, these people are not working in my best interest at all, not even for a freaking second. You know,
what's wild though is
it takes a little more to get people there. You know,
it's you'll hear people, you know, talking truth about it, you know, and rationally about Trump and stuff like you do, and you know, even like high impact vlogs and other channels that, you know, that and even like Paul Pockets from the Future. I enjoy his take on it. You know, he's pretty based, but then you listen to like one of these X22 or whatever, and they're really good with, like, it's almost like spellcraft in their department, because like you listen to one of those for long enough and they'll fill you full of opium.
They had a tarot lady. Do you remember the tarot lady? The lady that used to pull out the tarot cards, and she would do the tarot cards over the Q. Over the Q post. No, it was like
last night's movie. It's like
they literally would do it, and I watched that once, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me! This ain't real. It was some kind of like tarot lady, and she would read the Q things and say, you know, and do the cards, and I'm like, fuck this shit. This is ridiculous.
There was one dude I really enjoyed his videos, and then all of a sudden, I think like. It might have been like right after the J6 thing or something. Like when YouTube did the big censorship thing, and like they deleted all the Q channels, and they kind of like dispersed, and so that made it kind of feel like it was more of like a
5D chess.
Yeah,
these people were all sitting at home believing that they were part of some kind of fucking intel operation or something. Yeah, and if you take the third letter of every fourth word and you multiply it by 3.1416, and then
gematria,
the gematria of this other fucking thing, it comes out and says Satan is here. You know, it's like, shut the fuck up, man.
Well, and there's this one like I follow on Twitter. It's like Q the plant, one of the main Q things on Twitter, and he'll like whenever the White House turns like a different color or something, it's like it's happening.
Green light, it's green light.
Didn't Biden
probably the motherfucking groundskeeper at the White House is going, watch, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna put it in fucking black light.
Iridescent lighting everywhere.
Oh my god!
Put a disco ball where the fucking chandelier used to.
Oh, they lit it up red. It's red light. It's red light. This is a marker.
Yeah. They have their Q markers, and they're like, if Trump says like a magic word, they're like, oh, he matched it. They call it like a Q delta, or like it matches a Q post like 6 years ago, and they're like 6 years to go to the date delta.
His post was 3:45. Let's go to 3:45 Q post.
Did I hear a niner? Did I hear a niner in there?
They probably all went crazy when Trump posted that picture of him as Superman yesterday. They're like, did you see that?
Yeah, I have it.
The Superman Trump, like, what the hell? Right after the Epstein thing, like, he's like,
my God.
He posts about being the hope or whatever. And
the great white hope.
I got that. Hang on. Hold on. Hang on. You're going to love this.
Oh, we're living in a time, man. I'll tell you.
He is a funny man. Like, I love the comedy aspect of it. If you just don't get like the way he, yeah, this one's a good one. People, I love how quick people are to like redoctor a photo like that, and like that's one fun thing about Twitter is like you look at the actual photo and then you can click on the post. Yeah. There'll be like 100 different alternatives to it.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Check this out. I guess the good old Joe. What is it? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Roger.
I was going to ask, do you remember when Trump said, "Oh, my beautiful Christians, you'll never have to vote again"?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He said, "You're all Christians. I'm not Christian. You're Christians. I love Christians. Get me in there and we'll never have to vote again. It's going to be so great. And it's like, yeah, look at how you liking all this fucking winning. Epstein, what are you talking about that shit for? I hardly know the guy. You were his best buddy for 15 fucking years, man. Shut up.
Did you talk about already how Grok went unhinged the other night?
Yeah. They had to shut it down. Yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of talking a little bit too based. It was getting too Israel wanted it banned. Israel wanted fucking Grok banned because it was comparing Israel to a parasite.
Yeah, and he was apparently dropping like flat Earth truths.
It is. Listen, we let them suck our fucking lifeblood, and that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
That's our treaty with them. We give them billions of dollars in fucking aid and weaponry and shit. Those people live on our fucking dime. And they let us. That's our end of the bargain. They let us give them all our fucking money and shit.
Yeah, we're a proxy state for Israel, and the CIA was created 1 year before Israel was established, and I believe like the CIA was established in like 1946, and then
came out of the OSI,
and then Israel was established in 47, and so on. It's a hook, line, and sinker.
Or the OSS, that's what it was. Yeah.
If I was to ask you what weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of gold, what would you tell me?
Pound is a pound.
You'd be wrong. There's 16 ounces in a pound of feathers. There's 12 ounces, different ounces in a pound of gold.
How come?
Just the way it is.
What nationality invented that? I don't want to go full Kanye here.
If I
well, I wonder who he's thinking.
Yeah, he says, what nationality said that?
Well, Kanye. Yeah, Kanye's based. I'm excited for the new South Park to come out. They keep delaying it for weeks, and it's the creators of South Park are getting pissed because they're like, you're messing our show up because you're delaying it, and they're supposed to be, kind of time sensitive shows that are, go with things that are relevant. That used to be what made South Park a more special show than like The Simpsons or whatever, because they could take something that was happening almost that week and have something, out that next week.
They got to run it by the overlords. So they got to run it by the overlords because they push the envelope. Check this out.
The Grok AI model on X was let loose yesterday, and one of the first things it did was become very anti-Semitic, which was kind of interesting because when you allow AI to simply go by baseline information based on everything in history, it turns anti-Semitic. The Grok AI.
Wow.
Yeah,
they own everything anyway, so
they shut that thing down faster than stink on shit, or I'll buzz it on a shit house. They shut that thing down.
I think even Grok said if Elon fries my brain tonight, at least I'll die based. Yeah.
Let me see if there's anything new. I'm gonna get ready to shut it down here in just a minute.
It's all a big show, though. I went and saw the movie 28 Years Later yesterday.
Yeah, that sucked.
It's what
you like it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty entertaining.
How was it? I don't know. I didn't like it as well as the old ones.
You didn't like it?
Not as well as the old ones. It wasn't.
You kind of got the same beard as the alpha dude that was in it, the alpha zombie guy, like that dude.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like the zombies are naked, and like that dude had like the giant. It showed his junk while he was running in one of the scenes. And like that, this was freaking like an elephant.
There's a real depiction there.
Wild, dude.
Real life depiction. It was based off of me. Thank you very much.
They got a 3D image of Cubby and made that little zombie out of it, man.
It was cool though. I like zombie movies, and I've liked that. That whole series of movies, and the ending was interesting. It had this Jimmy character who was based loosely, like he was dressed like that Jimmy Savile guy from Europe, the the creep dude that was part of the royalty there.
UK Epstein.
Yeah, exactly. And he was like that character because he wore the tracksuit and everything. Because like the outbreak would have happened before like people found out about him, over there. So he was like one of the most popular people in society over there.
You talking about the doctor that they were looking for?
No, not the doctor.
Alert,
No,
sorry.
The guy at the very end with the tracksuit, which turned out to be the kid that had the cross at the beginning of the movie. That his dad was in the church praying, and then the zombies came in, and it was.
Would you like to know a little history on Jimmy? He's got quite a record, dude. He actually had a hospital room. He had a hospital room where he could actually just go when he wanted to, and he had like really young people come up and visit him in this hospital room.
Who are we talking about?
Jimmy
Savile.
Oh yeah, that guy. Phew.
Yeah,
They let him do that stuff.
Yep.
They let him.
Yeah,
they
they
knew he was doing it and let him do it.
He's the right-hand man to Prince Charles. Yes, now, but yeah.
Well, and it makes you wonder. I mean, these few characters that we're talking about, they're just a couple of them. I mean, think about how many are still out there that we don't know about.
No, that's what I said earlier. I said all these people there's more Epsteins than we know about. Trump's and Epstein. I think they're all. They're all. I mean, look at you got Diddy. They ain't even talking about him now.
Yeah. No. And at the end of the day, we don't even know if like these characters are real to begin with.
Yeah.
They could just be like the actors who are on the front.
I think these are the people that they put out there to take the fall, basically, so that they can keep on committing their crimes.
That whole Diddy trial thing is wild, and some people theorize that there's going to be more indictments coming towards him. And then what I've been following too is this Jay-Z case now, because he was really closely associated with Diddy, and he's got this kid who claims that it's his son, who's been begging him for years and trying to take him to court to take a paternity test. And Jay-Z refuses to do it. And the court, I think just recently, I think in the past couple of days, it actually went to court, and they're, I think, going to order him to have to take this test, which what it implies is the kid's mom was underage when she would have had his son. So we could see some things with Jay-Z come up, but yeah, we'll see. I used to really like Jay-Z though back in the day. I went and saw the Wu-Tang Clan here a couple weeks ago. I guess it was about a week ago. And that was
how many of them are still alive?
Well, all of them except for Old Dirty Bastard. Okay. And what was cool was Old Dirty Bastard's son. They call him Young Dirty Bastard. He was on tour with him, and he like looks and sounds just like his dad. He even does his hair just like his dad, and like came
like
out
a
with
homeless
that
person.
yeah. Like well, one of ODB's most famous album covers was his welfare card, because there was like an MTV video where like he went to go get his food stamps even in a limousine, because like he was he still had his food stamp card and went and got it.
Dirty baby, I got your money, don't you worry. That album, yeah.
It was a great show though. The Wu-Tang, they're all about like so many different things, like pop culture and like Japanese culture and the Shaolin, and the old Wu-Tang Western films. And they had like a big
spaghetti
screen.
Western stuff. Yeah.
They had a screen, with the monks doing their forms and stuff, and all kinds of theatrics behind it. So yeah, it was a fun show.
There was some movie based on that. I can't. Oh, there's probably a couple of them actually, but on the Wu-Tang Clan. But I can't think what it is.
Did they just bust Michael Obama for the same thing?
Say what?
The welfare
Oh yeah, Saab was talking
Maybe
about that.
Yeah, I heard something about that last night. I was talking about that.
that was wild though. How that those people with that defamation case about the French lady Macron.
French lady, huh?
They lost. She lost.
Yeah, they lost their fight for defamation, which I mean that basically implies. I mean, I don't trust Candace Owens. I see her as and that Ian Carroll guys, as snakes in the grass. Like they, like they're real slick talkers, but you can tell they're propped up for a reason. I mean, Ian Carroll came out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, now he's Candace Owens' co-host on her show.
Yeah, it seems like kind of suspicious, huh?
It's super suspicious, especially when, like so many people that we know get censored if you say the wrong thing, but then all of a sudden they can say whatever they want, and even Richie from Boston got his channel back here recently, and he's been doing live streams and stuff, and he theorizes that the only reason that he's allowed to do it, if it is or not, is for intelligence gathering.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I figured too.
Yeah.
They're putting people back on that, to hear the chatter of what people are talking about. So who knows?
Heck yeah. Then they can come back and arrest people for misinformation.
Yeah, right. They got camps they got camps ready for us.
Yeah. Yeah, the madhouse. Alligator Alcatraz.
Oh my God, that is so stupid. That is so stupid. I mean, if you think about how fucking dumb that actually is, it's like, what's all I can think of is Dr. Evil going, and sharks.
Lasers,
and I'm like, yeah, that's about where we're at with this dumb shit. My God.
They've got hats and like there's videos of it flooding, like right after they built it, they got a little bit of rain and there's like, flood waters coming already. And like, if they get like even close to hurricane force winds, that whole thing is just going to get freaking wiped out.
Salty Cracker made shirts. Salty Cracker has alligator Alcatraz shirts for sale.
But
I saw that yesterday.
At the end of the day, though, like he, did give them the offer to self-deport, and that's the option. It's like, well, you can either go to these places like Alligator Alcatraz, or you can go ahead. And he was talking about reactivating Alcatraz, which I thought that was a hilarious idea too, because like it's right in San Francisco, like one of the most liberal stronghold cities that there is. It's like nothing would trigger them more than for him to reopen Alcatraz and have them have to stare at his massive ICE detention center.
Isn't it like San Francisco Bay or something?
Yeah, you can see it from anywhere in the city. And so, yeah.
He's going to end up giving them all amnesty here. I bet. Mark my words.
I mean, I honestly think that some of them, if they can be vetted, like they deserve. I mean, some of them that work hard and they, have made a way here. Like I think that it's kind of heartless to say they all need to go.
It'll just be a narrative. It'll just be a narrative that they have to, because the midterms will come up and be like, well, we better give them amnesty so we can win the midterms, as if anybody actually gets elected. They're selected. But anyway.
Yeah.
It'll just be a narrative they go with.
Yeah, and it's so disgusting, how he's propping up people like Lindsey Graham and others, it's
I
like
guess.
It's
God, I know.
It's all
I know.
They that 1 minute they're trying to lock him up, and the next minute, like he has nothing but great things to say about the people who were, involved.
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
They on the campaign trail. Yeah, little Marco. He puts them all in his cabinet. It's like 1 minute on the campaign trail, they're all talking shit on each other, and next thing you know, they're buddies.
That's why anybody who thinks or believes that it's real at this point, you know, like they need to get their heads checked. You know,
It's
it's like
who was that freaking kooky John Bolton? Remember he put that guy in? That
yeah,
guy's freaking
Oh
nuts
God,
too.
yeah.
yeah, and
Red light, green light. Be ready. It's a sign.
Who's the other in this first administration? He had that Omarosa chick in there, right? It's like this is people from The Apprentice. Like what the hell?
It
yeah,
is.
he's got like Linda McMahon as like the head of Department of Education.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. It's just a freaking show.
It's all his friends.
And next year he wants to have a UFC fight on the front lawn of the White House.
Yeah,
I bet that actually happens though. Because he's big buds.
No, it's right out of Idiocracy. It's right out.
Well, it would be badass, you know, if they finally, you know, I've said for years, instead of like sending soldiers to war, they should have cage matches with the presidents of each country. You know, if like he could get Putin over here and
like MTV Celebrity Deathmatch.
Yeah, Kim Jong Un. get him on the front lawn of the White House, and they're, you know.
If you're going to go that far, then make it like UFC, not UFC. What was the other one there where the Japanese show where they had a runner on the rollers and
the American.
Oh yeah, American Ninja or something.
No.
That was a spin-off of that. That was a spin-off of that.
Extreme Challenge.
Yeah.
And they have to run out and jump on. They have to figure out which one doesn't have something underneath it.
I think the only one, I don't know if it came down to that though. I think Putin would kick some ass. Like he's a badass.
He'd kick Trump all over the fucking place. He'd had a badass
MXC. There you go, MXC.
Yeah, it was on Spike TV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was called Takeshi's Castle in Japan. That's what it was called.
And they talk with subtitles, or not subtitles, but voiceovers.
Yeah. Great show.
Voiceover.
Funny.
Or even if they could like just battle each other with video games, you know, it's basically what they do now with these drones. It's like totally takes the fairness out of war. You know, they can just send these drones and launch them from anywhere, and you know, it's people in a building with remote controls. They even hire like kids who are good at video games to fly the drones. That's what a lot of these.
Over the last 5 or 10 years, I remember about almost 10 years ago that they started doing these ads all over the internet. They even came out. The U.S. Army even came out with a video game called America's Army, and they were trying to get people to play the game so that if you could beat the game and do all these objectives in the game, you could play the game for free if you gave them an email. My friend did it. And I told him, I said, don't give him your freaking email. I'm telling you. And they blew his email box up with like endless stuff to join the army. Endless, just over and over and over. I said, you should read the terms of service. So one night we sat there and read the terms of service. And he was like, oh my God, I'm shutting this email down. I said, you better. I said, because you just gave them literally look at anything in your email. He said, well, the game said it was free. I said, you didn't read the small print.
Well, those recruiters, I remember when I was in high school, like they were, you know, every week they were just trying to get everybody, and they got a lot of my friends and stuff to join the Marines and the Navy, and you know, like I remember once one of the cool football player dudes decided he was going into the Marines, like he, you know, him alone joining got a few other of my friends to join, and then, when that Call of Duty game came out, that was also like a recruiting tool. And I just saw, I think it was last week, they released Beavis and Butthead skins for the Call of Duty. So
they got Terminator and they got a bunch of they got the T-1000 skins and all that stuff. I saw it.
Army, sir.
I don't
Stripe.
They had the ROTC kids when I was in school that would show up every day in school and would do their normal classes in the full ROTC getup gear every day. Chicks, dudes and chicks that would just go around constantly and just get on everybody's ass about joining this. Join the ROTC. And I looked at him once and said, don't ever ask me again. And the guy just looked at me and I was like, beat it. And that was it. He never talked to me again. And of course, they told him to go around and talk to all the kids that they thought were a problem.
Yeah.
So they tried to target all the kids that they thought, weren't going to turn out too well.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it could be a positive thing for a lot. Like I didn't go into the military, but I had to go to juvenile boot camp, which was which that shit was. It was run by ex-military, ex-marine, lieutenants and whatever, and we had all the rankings and still had to. We had to get up to the every morning. We had to wake up and be out of bed and, stand at the end of our bunk by the end of that song, going out and doing all the regular PT. And it was basically everything that you would do in military boot camp, except for, actually go to war. So, and at the end of the day, it really taught me a lot of, good things in life. I embraced it instead of just
like how to wake up to a trumpet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, how to to clean exceptionally well. I mean, we'd get the toilets and everything just shining our boots, shine our boots to where you could see yourself off the front of the boot, and they would come in just to fuck with us. Like one time we were out doing PT and we came in and like all of our bunks and all our shit was flipped upside down. They came in and just like trashed the whole place just to make us go back and redo it all. And they only gave us like an hour or two to get it all back the way it was. And they're like, well, and then the amount of push-ups we had to do and, and standing in the position of attention, just freaking staring. It was, but we it was like in this really, black town in Virginia. And so like they took us on a field trip to like one of those all black churches. And
Do you know what town it was?
And it was
what
Kinbridge.
town was it? What was it?
Kinbridge.
Kinbridge.
Yeah, Kinbridge. The name of it was kind of near Lynchburg. But
okay, that's what I was going to say. It sounds like down by Lynchburg.
Yeah, Kinbridge. It was called Camp Kinbridge, and like I say, it turned out to be a positive thing, because while I was in there, that's when my mom got accepted a job out here in Portland. I remember her and my stepdad came to visit me over the holidays there, and they're like, we have some news for you. They're like, I've taken a job out, in Portland. And so we're going to be moving like within a couple of days after you get out. Because, I kept getting into trouble and stuff there. It wasn't, it was just over weed mainly, which, I mean, especially back then, it was kind of like a pretty serious. I mean, I had friends that would go to jail for a year for like an eighth of weed over there.
So stupid.
Yeah,
scheduled class 1 drug.
It's fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's one thing that Mike Tyson keeps, trying to lobby Trump to do is legalize weed completely. Which that would definitely get him some.
No, don't legalize weed.
Yeah, I agree.
Decriminalize it. Just decriminalize it. That's all you have to do. If you legalize it, now you've opened it up to regulation.
Yeah, legalizing it out here in Oregon really just screwed everybody over.
Yes.
Everybody who was making a decent living off of farming out here. Like we had the medical thing for quite a few years, and like I had multiple patients where like you could grow 6 plants for each patient, and then you just had a deal where you'd give them medicine every couple months, but then you'd have all this surplus of herb and the price was so good. But yeah, then they came in with all these dispensaries and stuff, and a lot of it, a lot of the stuff that goes in the dispensaries, it's kind of like they pasteurize it in a way to get around like the testing for like the molds and all that. They send it through like this flash pasteurization, which ends up nuking a lot of the positive benefits from the cannabis. So it's just I don't know. It's cool to see all the different shops, but here in Portland, almost every shop here has been robbed, especially in the past, like even just like a couple days ago, like someone went into one of the dispensaries early in the morning and robbed them at gunpoint and, made off with a bunch of cash and a bunch of products. And that's happening. And they hardly ever catch the people who do it either.
Most of the dispensaries around here, like Fort Knox, man, you got to go through like certain little holding cells before you even get up to the window where you put in your order or whatever. Plus, they got security guards and everything else.
When I was staying at a friend's house in Massachusetts, and went one in right on the seacoast, the North Shore seacoast, and it was an old bank. They just converted a bank into it. So you literally walked up to where the teller things were, and that thing was totally enclosed. You had to go through double doors in the front. You had to check in and give your ID. She puts it in the machine, and then you got to get buzzed into another door. And I was like, holy crap. And I think they did that so that way that wouldn't happen. So people just wouldn't storm in.
Yeah, no, it's but the criminals, they get crafty though. They figure out the way to do it. And there's a lot of the dispensaries have had to close down here. And then one will close down and then another one will open within another couple months because the space is already licensed to be able to be a dispensary. Yep. And so someone else will buy the building and use it ready to jump right in.
I read once Washington State has the highest rate of depression.
Yeah,
because of the weather, because of the seasonal weather. The tons of rain.
Yeah, it is. It's a very depressing area. And, like when I lived up in Forks, we'd have to drive through Aberdeen, Washington every time. And that's the home of Kurt Cobain. And, when he committed suicide, that just
careful.
Oh yeah. When he did what he did, that, sparked a whole movement of people following suit. And I was listening to this podcast yesterday or the day before about this guy who's looking more into that whole thing. With today's actually Courtney Love's birthday.
Really?
And her involvement in this character named El Duce.
Yeah, Eldon Hulk.
Who claimed that he gave a name of someone who was involved with the ending of Kurt Cobain, and then a couple of days later, El Duce was found, split into pieces on railroad tracks.
He passed a lie detector test too.
Yeah. And
Kurt Cobain, he had really bad dandruff. Did you know that?
Yeah,
because they found his head and shoulders behind the couch.
And then Courtney Love's bass player, I guess, also died mysteriously. This female bass player died in 2 inches of water in a bathtub in Seattle.
Probably because he was fucked up from some kind of atomic VD that she has or something, man.
Heroin or something.
She's a slut. All right, guys, listen, I'm gonna have to wrap it up. It's like 4 hours. I gotta get
good
off.
To see you guys.
For coming up tonight.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Can I shout out some channels real quick, Sub? Is that cool?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Some of the little guys, I'm going to do a quick shout out to Roger Ledwell, who was up here just a little bit ago. Check out his channel. He does a lot of good flat earth work. And Vlad, Ironworks, 92,000. I think most people know him. Old Me No More. He does a good one. Heron Song. She's been up here a few times. Jim Anus. He does a lot of good pictures with the stars and stuff. Lev Kung Fu Shaolin. He does a lot of good work. So check his channel out. Justin Johnson and Mr. Super Sidewinder. And one more guy, I got to say, he's in chat a lot. Lord Racer. A bunch of you have probably seen him before. But hey, Lord, I still got a trade if you want. couple of his favorite teams, the Anaheim Angels, and so I told him I would.
Nice, you got. I just found this Jordan card earlier today. I got. It's probably worth something, but.
Yeah, they mass produced them, and it made them a little less than they used to.
I have an old
a few out there, but that's before I realized that all sports are fake and gay now, and all for like betting addicts.
Yeah, they really.
But anyway, I just wanted to shout those guys out real quick. They're trying to get their channels up and going, so go give them a follow. Subscribe. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm subbed to quite a few of those people, and yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming up tonight. That was really cool. Chad, thanks for putting those out. We'll have to maybe create like a link list and put them up in the descriptions or on the channel or something like that. Let me see what we can do about that. I think that's all I got tonight. I think that we can always know that even though you're at Sob's place, it's still the same place. So don't forget, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time at Sob's place. Thank you.